see, at first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, the curtain comes down on the England international summer and the green fields of Ireland, made more green by the washout, no doubt, on Friday. But the news is better. There is going to be play. We're going to get underway. The rain has moved away. Of course, the next time we will be talking to you on Guerrilla Cricket in terms of commentary will be on equally green soil of New Zealand. And that's less than a month away, would you believe? Anyway, this is Guerrilla Cricket. Welcome to the programme if you are a regular listener, and welcome to the programme if you're a new listener. And we will be taking you through an afternoon of batting carnage, I suppose, is what we would really like. Sold out crowd. There are people from Wokingham, Bexley, and various other people, according to the flags that are draped over Malahide. England have won the toss and will bowl, which is a bit of a disappointment for me, but there you go. We shall see how it goes. Now, joining me, Gorilla Hendo, we have a South African in Oxford, and we have a man of Sussex in Perth, Australia. It's a real international flavour. Hello, Shelley.
Hi, Hendo. How's it going?
It doesn't look much like Oxford behind you. It looks like a glorious island somewhere.
I'm very much going for good weather.
After the last time I was supposed to come on, I ended up causing the whole match to be abandoned last week Sunday. So I'm going with good vibes and good weather.
Well, that's good to know. And, we have a slightly distracted Messi Jez in the weather cave. I mean, didn't have any updates, and he was late. He was late to the show today because, to be fair, he was watching the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. I hope you've turned that off now, and we have your full...
No, it's still going. There's no coverage of the cricket over here, but there isn't of the racing.
Well, I want your full attention, Messi. Yeah, well, it does look like Malahide is absolutely packed. I shall bring you the teams. Will Jacks and Sam Curran have dropped out for England, and Jordan Cox comes in. the lesser spotted Jordan Cox. We have a team that lines up as Phil Salt, Josh Butler, Jacob Bethel, captain, Jordan Cox, Rayan Ahmed, Tom Banton, Jamie Overton, Liam Dawson, Adil Rashid, Luke Wood, and Sonny Baker comes back. First one day international, and then the last T20 international is basically what he gets. It's a team absolutely packed with bowling, it seems to me now, and spinners coming out either eyeballs. Anyway, we've got to be really careful with Shelley, because she has been known to be a demon wicket taker. Although I suspect that's more to do with England, so maybe that's when England bat she'll be back to do a bit of sorcery. The Ireland team is Paul Sterling, captain, Ross Adair, brother of Mark, I think, Harry Tector, Lorcan Tucker, Curtis Camphor, friend of the programme, of course, if you listen to number 99 of the Bishop and the Bear, Ben Callett, who is a Canadian-born South African, making his debut for Ireland. He's I mistakenly referred to him as playing for New Zealand as well, off air, so I was getting really confused. Gareth Delaney, Barry McCarthy, Matthew Humphreys, Craig Young, and Ben White. What do we think, people?
We think we should turn the torch off on your phone, Hendo, because it'll go flat in no time.
Oh God! Well, that was. You know why that was? That was so I could see the combination lock to get into the to get into the studio. Anyway, yes. So England have won the toss, put Ireland into bat. Let's hope that they are treated out there in Ireland to a Paul Sterling masterclass. That's what I'd like to see. Any thoughts? It was kind of carnage in the first of these matches, wasn't it? But Ireland actually came back into it late on a little bit. But you always felt England had it under control. Did you see much of it, Shelley?
I didn't, but I also think there was opportunities
Missed, particularly for Sterling, because he got himself in and then got himself out. And if they're going to give England a real run for their money today, I think he's going to have to play a big innings and the rest are going to have to chip in. But as you said at the beginning, Hendo, I'm quite surprised that England have decided to bowl first, because they won the game just in 17 point something overs in the last game, and they could have gone bigger. So I think it's going to be a good game. It looks like a new-ish strip to me. When I first looked at it, it doesn't look like the same one that they used, but I'm under correction on that. So let's see how the strip also plays today.
Yeah, well, it was a very, very good batting wicket on Tuesday, was it? I forget now, Wednesday. Maybe it was Thursday. I don't know what day it was. Every day comes alike to me now in terms of cricket. I can't remember what happened yesterday. I think you're right about Paul Sterling. Paul Sterling is that kind of player. On his day, he'll get you a really big score, and then on another day, he'll flatter to deceive, play a few good shots, and then get himself out. But he's on his way to the crease, and that gives me the chance to play this particular jingle.
Don't you be getting out. He won't be getting out. Who am I talking about? Paul Sterling.
Yes, indeed, and he's joined by this man.
A dance to go in here and you'll survive. Ross Adair, he's watched all the zombie shows. Oh, he knows.
Now, Messi, you can tell me whether we've been joined by people, or whether they're still watching the Azerbaijan Grand Prix.
Rhubarb says hi.
Rhubarb.
Rhubarb WD. Mog says, which team was Shelley's powers effect? Martley says, afternoon prime, it's finally more cricket. What's the weather looking like, Messi? Love and sausages. There's a possibility of very occasional short showers, but only a slight possibility.
Don't tell us that. That's some bad news.
Pirate Badshaw says, ahoy all sorts and sea dogs.
Hello, Pirate.
Rich Turner Music says, good afternoon and welcome back, Shelley, destroyer of worlds.
Destroyer of hope.
He's used to my
Powers, so welcome.
Well, the Ireland batsmen are going to face up to Sonny Baker first. I'll just jingle him up.
Sonny Baker's been picked for the band. He's got to give up the booze and the one-night stands and maybe knuckle down, not act like a clown, so he can get an IPL gig.
Well, he was treated really quite nastily by Aidan Markram in the one-day international that he played. He's probably quite glad to see... well, he might be more happy to see Ross Adair at the other end. He's bowling to Paul Stirling. First ball goes past the outside edge as Stirling aims a drive. Slip comes in because of that. And Stirling faces up again. Quite wide, the slip. Baker in... Stirling comes right across his stumps and tries to play a sort of Harry Brook heavy. I was going to say Harry Brook light, but he's not a Harry Brook light. He's Harry Brook heavy, where he's almost tumbling it over to the offside while lifting it away behind square. But he misses it completely. It hits him on the body, and there is no run. Not a promising start for Paul Stirling. Those are the first two balls. Sonny Baker is at the top of his run. He's got a skip and a hop and a jump the beginning of his run up before he gets going. He's in. Oh, that's awful. Down the leg side, and Stirling can't get anywhere near that. And that is the first run. The first one of these. So 1 for none, but no runs from the bat so far. Oh, it looks a picture, doesn't it, Malahide? It looks lovely. It brings back memories, brings back gorilla memories of what was it, 8 or 9 nights in Dublin. It was what a cracking trip that was. Apart from when my car got stuck on the, and we'll go back into that. Driven slightly on the up, a good tumbling stop. Was that Rayan Ahmed, I think, out there at square cover? So. Unable to get it through, even though he connected quite well there, Paul Stirling. Yeah, my car got... is it the laminate that they laid down for us to drive across? He caught the exhaust as we were trying to escape. All sorts of shenanigans, AA, garages. Oh, nightmare. Anyway.
Stories.
But an anecdote nonetheless. Baker in, wide of the off stump and carted without great timing by Stirling. I think that was because he got it fairly on the toe of the bat because it was so wide. They're going to hurry back for a third as 2 England fielders converge and stop the ball from running over the boundary. In fact, Salt's not quite clear whether he might have trodden on the sponge. He's suggesting the umpires might want to have a little look upstairs. He flicked it back.
Amazingly, the camera actually shows what he's doing, which is less unusual.
The camera work wasn't great, was it, the other day? Has to be said. No, he's done very well there, in fact. Has Salt. So just the 3 brings Adair down to face Ireland 4 for no wicket.
On the pitch report this morning, they were just saying...
Yeah, I can see that there might be some bounce in it, the pitch this morning. So I didn't really see anything in the first couple of balls yet, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Nothing special. Baker into Adair. Oh, and that's a horrible shot. He just stands where he is, waves the bat at it, and it goes inside the inside edge, I suppose. It was truly horrible shot. Little bit of movement maybe from Baker coming back into him. Yeah, actually a fair bit of movement, but it was an awful shot. I can't believe he was actually looking at the ball as he played that shot. It was almost like he was programmed to just swipe at whatever came along. Right, final ball of Baker's opening over. The Wasp is telling us 190 at this stage.
Jesus Christ.
Down the wicket he comes, and that's better. He swiped it over the top of extra cover, and once it gets over the infield, it's going to run to the boundary despite the rain. First 4 for Ireland.
We have a super chat.
Oh my goodness me, who's the super chat from?
It's from Mog. He sends us $10 and says, I'm not likely to be awake for this, so have some money. Also,
Okay.
why is that fucking Adair jingle so loud? And why was the Baker jingle like half an octave too high? The fuck, man?
Is it something to do
beat
with
yourself up, why don't you, Mog?
Is it something to do with the jingler himself? I don't know. Couldn't possibly comment.
Pirate Badshaw has a bone to pick. He says Ireland has given out 6 new caps this year. Celtes means that 5 of those 6 are South Africans. That's not reflective of the up-and-coming talent, but is reflective of Cricket Ireland's delinquency.
Well, that's an interesting one, isn't it? They've hardly played any cricket this summer. That was something that Paul Sterling was complaining about. I don't know what the financial situation is there. Hopefully it'll be improved by having a sellout today, but at the same time they'll probably have to refund everyone for the washout on Friday. Luke Wood, left arm over the wicket, the Sergeant Major as Tony Bishop calls him, into Sterling, who lifts this wide one up and over, a couple of bounces, dribbles ultimately into the sponge. It's 4 runs, but in lieu of a boundary, I'll jingle up the bowler. I like that one. Yeah, just looks to me as if the timing's not quite there, Shelley. The batsman. I mean, they've got it over the top of extra fairly well, but it doesn't seem to be racing to the boundary.
But also, the England bowlers are
Not pitching it in good areas for me. They're a bit wide, and
They are a bit wide.
The Ireland batters can just swing their arms.
Yeah, they are giving them width for sure. That's a better ball. Comes into Sterling. Good length, and he almost chips to mid-wicket. Just short of the man there. And he goes away for a walk to square leg and admonishes himself a little bit. 12 for no wicket.
definitely agree that they.
The first ball that's really been on a good position there immediately went up in the air. So keep doing that. That's going to get some response.
Well, he does get a bit of swing when there's something there for him, Wood. And he's in again. He's got a wide slip. This one is into the pads and going down to the man on the 45. They'll run through for what I think will be a leg by, unless he got a little bit of wood on Wood's delivery. No, it is a leg by. 13 for no wicket. Messi, is the GPL open?
That's a very good question. I should just check for us.
Thank you.
Competition. If you go to GorillaCricket.com and click on the competition link at the top, it will take you to the GPL, and in there we have a prize, a big prize of £116.
Wow! I mean, it's last chance of the English summer to cash in for a £1 guess. I'll tell you a bit more about the GPL in a second. Wood in to Adair for the first time. Well, I must admit, this is sort of carted to mid-wicket. I didn't really watch Ross Adair closely in the first T20, but I have to say his technique does not look like that of an opening batsman.
There's no moving up
The feet, it's just swing the arms and hope.
Well, you know,
mind you, in T20, technique and opening batsmen don't necessarily go together.
well, yeah, that's true, but I mean, there's a kind of technique even amongst T20 openers, isn't there? In comes Wood again, short. He aims to pull that. He's looking for it in the horizon or on the horizon over square leg, but it's not there. It's in the hands of the wicketkeeper because he completely missed it. A swish and a miss, as they say. So 13 for no wicket. The GPL Gorilla Prediction League. The aggregate of today's scores is what we're looking for. If you get it on the nose, you get the money in the pot for a £1 stake. You can have as many guesses as you like. If other people get it on the nose as well, of course you share the prize pot. Wood in, bowls into the legs, and he flicks away to the vacant square leg region. They'll take a single, and at the end of the second over, Ireland have moved to 14 for none. Messi.
Kieran Roseblade says, potentially interesting cricketing fact alert. Adair is the only player to share his name phonetically with a Ryder Cup venue. Now that's the sort of stuff we like. Farong says Wibble. Rhubarb WD says congrats to Notts for beating Slurry and making the championship interesting.
I agree. I mean, I'm supposed to be a Surrey man because the Oval's the closest ground to me, but I did enjoy watching that last wicket stand.
It's good. It's exciting too.
Yeah, it was.
Raj Patel says, good afternoon, Hendo, Messi and Shelley. Question for Hendo. How the heck does Jamie Overton find a place in the...
It's a good question, isn't it? Baker in, smashed by Adair, and smashed rather effectively. It just clears the ropes at long off. First 6 of the day It's one of these. No, it's not. It's not that. I've been done again. I keep playing that. This is the one.
Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex.
Stiff front leg. It's almost like a cross-bat drive on the up from Adair.
Swish.
A swish. It is a swish. He's got the bat raised aloft. The slipper's gone. Baker in, hits him on the pad, follows him outside leg stump, springs away to short third man where Luke Wood is in quickly. And there is no run. 20 for no wicket. The Wasp is rising. He's buzzing away. He's gone to 197 now. What does that stand for? I've forgotten what WASP stands for.
Score prediction would be the SP, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but what's the WA? Western Australian score prediction? That's from you, Messi.
No, I don't have anything to do with it.
You sure not controlling that from the weather cave?
Nah.
Adair faces up. Baker is in again and gets smashed once more, this time over the top of mid-wicket, and it's almost run into that little bit of cow corner where we've got the squiggly boundary. And that was because from the rain the other day, we had it in the first T20. I thought someone had dived into it and forgotten to replace it, but eventually it was revealed that there was a very damp patch there, so they brought the boundary in just in that little area, but it is confusing. It plugged, to be fair, so they just got the 22 for no wicket.
Quickly to get in.
WA is winning and score predictor.
Winning and score predictor, driven by Adair, who has taken umbrage at my criticism of his technique, and he's driven it straight for another 4. Effective stuff. Now, I've seen Sonny Baker now 3 times this season. It's not easy to really judge a guy in ODI cricket or in T20s when you're bowling in the power play on a good batting wicket. But I'll come back to that.
He hasn't impressed.
Here he is, bowls, and Adair actually uses a bit of subtlety here, tries to push it into the offside for a single, but he finds Rayan Ahmed at square cover. There is no run. I saw him at the beginning of the season in a county match, 4-day match for Hampshire at the Oval, a glorious sunny day. I'd read good things about him, what he'd done with the England Lions, and he's supposed to be quite pacey, and I really wasn't that impressed. But he's only played 3, at that point he'd only played 3 first-class games, I think. I don't know, he's got a lot to learn, that's all I'll say. In, bowls, making room for himself and lifting beautifully over cover point. Adair just falling short of another 6, but Baker has now gone, is it for 26 off 2?
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Yeah.
Doc says it's not your fault on the jingle weirdness, Hendo. Always blame the bear. Parrot Bradshaw says the lack of cricket is another delinquency. The financial state is that the total budget is 16.4 million euros, with 2 million euros locked out repaying loans. The washout will have cost Cricket Ireland 150,000 euros it can ill afford to lose. I would think they'd have insurance. Ross Adair needs a good innings. He's coming under pressure from Tiny Tim Tector, who's scored bucket loads of runs in the Interpros. And Rhubarb, sorry, was that live?
No, they're just looking to check whether that last shot actually hit the boundary sponge on the full. I would say it's unclear, even with the camera in close-up. Let's have a look. Are they going to make a decision? I think they're just stuck with 4. 30 for no wicket after 3. 1 over only from Luke Wood, and we're into the spinners. It's going to be Liam Dawson to bowl.
Wait and wait, and then you wait and wait, and then you wait and wait.
indeed. Oh, Paul Sterling has gone and asked for a new bat. Maybe that was the problem. He's on 7, Adair on 21 from 11. Early thoughts, Shelley?
I think he's gone for a heavier bat. No more plugging.
He doesn't want the 4s, he wants the big 6s.
He wants
Plus
the
the
big
spinners
uns.
are coming on now. So.
Oh, well, this will be fun, won't it? Come on, Sterlo. Dawson round the wicket. He gives himself room way outside the leg stump and cuts, but it's a very packed offside field inside the circle, and he can't get it through. He's not the easiest guy to get under, Liam Dawson, because he's quite flat.
And that arm's got quite a quick action as well.
Yeah, that's true. Very kind of whippy for a spinner, isn't it? Oh, now what's happened? Has he been caught behind? Butler thinks so. It would have been a remarkable dismissal because he's gone outside leg stump. He's aimed a cut shot, and they're claiming catch behind. So caught down the leg side, although not down the batsman's leg side, if that makes sense. It's been sent upstairs. A review from England, I believe, and Sterling is not showing an incredible willingness to get off. So it is possible that Butler was mistaken. Didn't see whether Dawson was keen on that. Any thoughts on that?
I thought Dawson went up, so I wonder.
Oh, right.
Something very, yeah, him and the keeper went up at the same time, so I wonder if they heard something.
We shall see in a moment. It's one of these.
That was out, that was out, that was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
Well, a long wait.
This is as bad as VAR.
I'll do a few messages while we're waiting.
Yeah, go for it.
WD says Jamie Overton is a decent all-rounder, and England probably won't use the Carrons, Livingston, Stokes and Wokes in the T20 World Cup.
Yeah, they both went up for that. Let's just having a look at the replay. Sterling, I can't see his face reddening, but he does look a little bit guilty from afar. There we go. Ooh, yeah, I think so. Oh, I don't know, actually. I mean, is that... Well, hang on, look, the ball's gone past the bat.
That's... I reckon that's a huge edge.
I think they need to bring it back a frame or two.
Yeah.
Just to see when the ultra edge goes back, because it could be his bat flicking something else. But it looks to me as if it's probably going to be given out. We'll wait to see. Yes, the decision is changed, and Paul Sterling has to walk off. England have their first wicket. Dawson does the trick, and well, I'm afraid to say it's this. That's a shame, isn't it? I mean, Dawson's a good bowler, and it was a slightly odd dismissal, really. But Sterling, as he said, he felt like for New Zealand to get a really big score, Sterling had to have one of his really good innings. But then again, he didn't score many in the first. Well, he got a 20 or 30, wasn't it? And they had a good little sort of stand for the third wicket.
I think your thought process is on New Zealand.
Zealand again, Hendo, because I think you pretty much said New Zealand again.
Did I?
But, yes.
I tell you what.
But yes, you're right, I would say.
You're ahead of yourself.
I'm a month ahead of myself. That's what it is. Yeah, it must be something to do with that. Tector it is who's come to the wicket. Dawson is in, and he plays a pleasant enough drive up to long off for a single. It's fielded by the New Zealand captain. Sorry, I'm just doing that for fun. Fielded by the England captain, Bethel, and 31 for 1. The Wasp. This is the Paul Sterling effect for you. Paul Sterling gets out, and the Wasp slumps from 202, or plummets from 202 to 187. Adair with a little short arm flick up to mid on. There is Overton. Look, Overton is a solid player, but he's injury prone, and I can't help thinking that you've got to be looking for something else. I mean, I know he's pulled out a red ball cricket now. Driven by Adair over the top. There was a leaping man at extra cover, but it's cleared him, and it's run away for a rather important one of these.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Inside out, really. It probably took that from the line of leg stump or just outside. Dawson into completely over. He goes back. Oh my goodness me. He flicks it up wide of Overton for a single, but if he hadn't got bat on that, he was plumb in front. He was almost front on completely. Anyway, that's the end of the fourth over. 36 for 1. Messi.
Farong is asking whether the Jameson Black Barrel whiskey is worth the extra cost. I'd say no. It's Irish whiskey. Jameson's is fine. Martley says he's typing one-handed. No, holding my snake in the other. Make of that whatever you want. Martley's got a reptile collection that he shares with us on Discord from time to time, so I know what he's talking about.
I've seen it on Facebook. I saw his Californian king snake the other day, and I was so worried. I looked it up to see whether it was venomous. Fortunately not.
Raj Patel says is Overton really a decent all-rounder? How many games in the recent past has Overton made an impact with bowling and or the bat?
Well, no. I mean, he's going to chip in maybe, but I don't know. They seem to like... He's a good player. It's just that he's been injury-prone, I think, as much as anything. Wood is back on. Sonny Baker takes a break after 2 overs, and Wood swaps ends. First ball. Adair swishes at, tries to pull into the onside, misses it completely, keeps a bit low, if anything.
Yeah. It looked like he actually rolled
His fingers over the seam because it bounced just after the wicket, so definitely a off cutter or something to that effect.
Yes, it's quite a good ploy to bring out the slower ball, maybe first ball. In again, short this time, pulled in the air, but it's going to drop safely. Adil Rashid's going to run round from the 45, and they're going to have to be content with a single. It wasn't Adair, it was Tect. Tector moves to 1, he's off the mark. 37 for 1. We'll have a change at the end of this over. I believe that Tony will be coming in, amongst others. I think Forthy's on the list. And as I say, we should be getting underway. One more over after this of the power play, of course. Tector now down to face, so it was Adair who got that run. He's on to 27 from 16. Tector, of course, got off the mark against Dawson. Wood, left arm over, and lovely drive on the up. Has it got through? It's got through Ahmed, but there is protection now for Wood on the offside, on the boundary, so it's just a single. Phil Salt is the man out there.
Poor cameraman's not keeping up with the ball, I'll say that much.
Well, we did say this in the first ODI, T20, New Zealand. I do it, New Zealand. You can tell it's the end of a long summer, can't you? Can't find the words. Anyway, the sun has come out a little bit in Malahide.
The weather's not looking too bad.
Indeed, I don't want any showers. In comes Wood, bowling to Adair. And he pulls that one in the air, but it's pretty well placed, is it? No. Jordan Cox, I think it is, gets round to field. So just another single. For a moment, I thought that might have at least got them 2, because he had a little bit of a way to get round to the fielder. It's absolutely fantastic sight, though, isn't it? To see this packed out crowd. Jordan Cox signing autographs on the boundary there.
It was great to see him getting his cap this morning, just before we came on air.
Jordan Cox got his, and I think one of the Irish also got theirs.
Yeah, it'll be the Canadian South African from New Zealand. Wood in again to Tector. That's a better ball on the line of middle and leg, played to mid-wicket. Won't get a run. This is a good over from Wood, just 3 runs off it so far. 39 for 1. 1 ball remaining in the 5th, so run rate is up above 8, but of course only 7 balls of the power play remaining. And Tector is on 2 of 3. Here comes Wood, left arm over the wicket. Lancastrian bowls and chopped down backward and square on the offside. I thought they might have had a run there, but Adair says no. It's the end of the over. It's 39 for 1. It's time for change all round. Who's taking over ball by ball, Tony? It's Tony who's going to come in and take over ball by ball. But I'll leave you in the hands of Messi and Forthy to fill in while we change places.
Okay, I'll do one last one, then you'll know where we are, Forthy. Mog says, I may have claimed I was going to sleep, but instead I've had the daft fucking idea to do little jingles for all the grounds where cricket gets played. Fuck me. So Parrot Badger is the next one. I'll catch you in a little while.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Tony is taking his place. He's removing Samantha Fox. Oh no, Hendo's taking Samantha Fox with him. And long-time listeners will know not to be too concerned for Mrs. Hendo.
He doesn't want just anybody sitting on her.
No, exactly.
He saw me coming, and he whipped her away in a fit of jealous something or other. Jamie Overton into the attack. In he barrels to former rugby player Ross Adair, who hauls his first ball backward a square for 4 runs. Not a bad shot at all. Hello, Anindo. How are you?
Hello. I'm well, thank you. And you?
I'm not too bad. And Forthy is the other.
That was a nice shot indeed. I mean, he basically went on the back foot and lifted it over square leg.
He did.
And made it look quite elegant while he was doing that.
Yeah.
I didn't think it would look elegant.
He was scoring at he scored at a very good rate. Nearly 2 a ball he's been going at.
Yeah.
That's a horrible attempted slower ball by Overton. Down the arse. Dribbles on about the 3rd bounce to Joss Butler. Overton trudges back with one hand down his trousers and the other one mopping his brow and chuntering to himself that I think even he thought, God, that was a piece of filth. Number 5 off 2.
Might have been a piece of filth. There's no need to put your arm down the trousers and the other one and start sweating.
In he comes. That was a better ball. In fact, that's the best of the 3 he's delivered so far. Ross Adair had to jump a little bit and play it into the ground. And Indo, it's good to see the Sonny Baker experiment is still going brilliantly for England. None for 76. He was on worst ever debut by an Englishman as a bowler anyway in a T20 as an ODI. And today, and that was about 11 and over. And today he's been going 11 and over. Number 25 off 2. Different format, of course.
At least he's consistent.
That's gone up in the air. It's going to drop safe between 3 fielders into short mid wicket.
There were 4 fielders within about 10 feet of the ball.
Yeah, none of whom really seemed to move particularly quickly. So Ross Adair survives. He is in good nick, the former rugby player. Injury curtailed a very promising rugby career for Ireland. But
until what level did he play rugby?
I will let you know in just a moment. Let's wait for Overton. And he comes. That's on leg. It's whipped away, but fielded on the 45, and they'll just take a single. And the score will move on to 46 for 1. Let me have a look. I will tell you. Ross Adair. Well, we know he's the brother of he played for the Jersey Reds in the Rugby Championship. I don't think he necessarily played for Ireland, though. So it wasn't an international career. But, if you like, club level, that would get you picked for Ireland. So that's still pretty decent. Overton in. That's the slower ball he was looking for the first time, I think. And Ross Adair was swinging through with a shot like an air shot at golf. And through it went to Joss Butler. Much better ball, that Anindo. Who's disappeared. So it's you and me, Forthy.
Yes, it's just you and me. Like at the end of And Then There Were None.
And then there were none. Is that Agatha Christie?
Yes,
Overton, in he comes. That's again a clever ball. And again Ross Adair has a swing and a miss. This one clatters into his pads, but he was stood well back of his leg stump, so no question of anything else. Power play over. 46 for 1 England. The 1 being our chum Paul Sterlo. At least he gets it back into the pavilion towards the buffet early. And with your messages is Forthy.
It's me. Yes, Pirate Bradshaw Sterling is in the dotage of his career. The performances are becoming more scarce. Muttley Von Erich, has he pulled out in time? No. Oh dear. James Herons, I think we know what we're referring to there. James Herons, Jameson Black Barrel is marginally better, he claims, marginally. And Muttley Von Erich, Muttley says, it's Callie the Californian king snake I'm holding. I named her Callie because she stole my heart. I'll do a £5 super chat if one of the gorillas gets the name reference.
What was the name of the... well, hold on. It's a change of bowling first, so we should probably focus on that. Harry Tector is going to face Rayan Ahmed into the attack and nearly offers him up a catch, but in fact has just smacked it away down the ground for 4 runs. So going for a healthy lick. And,
I think that came faster than Rayan Ahmed could turn from his...
yeah, here's the bowler.
Follow-up.
Is a mission from the original squad was to guard
Comes on again. Wider off stump, it's a leg break. Goes wider, cut to back on point. Phil Salt is stationed there. They take a single 51 point. What was the name of Muttley's snake?
Callie, K-A-L-I, and I think there'll be a musical reference with Stole My Heart. Perhaps I'll open it up, since probably the 3 of us don't know the answer to that, to the general public.
That's a way down leg from Ahmed, didn't break. Will be given as a wide, I would think, surely. We're watching, I think, a compendium of Sterlo's finest work before he got himself out, caught behind. This one is pulled from outside off, caught down at deep mid-wicket. Well taken, Jordan Cox, his red cap and his mullety blonde hair sticking out the back of it, slid in on one knee.
He looks good in that red dress.
Red dress?
Red dress.
Woman.
Jersey.
Lady in red. But he did take it very well. He did beautifully well. Fantastic peak of judgment.
With his long blonde hair, he does look like a lady.
With his long blonde hair and his eyes are blue. The only catch he ever got from you was a dawn. 52 for 2. I'm being told to shut up by Hendo. Which is harsh, but probably fair. It is a wicket. It's a second wicket. Well done, Rayan Ahmed. And they've got rid of Ross Adair. Let's have a look at the wickets. Here we go. Which one are we going to play? Oh, probably just keep it simple. This one.
You silly little boy. What on earth were you playing at? Oh!
So a promising knock has to come to a conclusion. And the new man, well, what this means, of course, we'll get Harry Tector will come to the crease. So let's give him a little welcome. Whoa, sorry. Lorcan Tucker's the new man to the crease. Not Harry Tector. He's already in. In comes Rayan Ahmed. Defended in front of his off stump by Lorcan Tucker off his first ball. These two, of course, well, they were the mainstay of Ireland's innings in the game before last that was actually played. Reverse sweep, which he completely cocks up. Gets a bottom edge down onto his toes and from thence to Joss Butler. 123 they made, which was a 3rd wicket record for Ireland in T20.
Got a super chat when you're ready.
Oh, yes please. Let's just see this ball from Rayan Ahmed. Thrown up. Forward comes Tucker. Out towards cover. No run. And it's the end of the over anyway. 52 for 2.
Yeah, we'll go straight to the super chat.
Super chat.
Can now.
And it's Mog replying to Muttley. Muttley's snake is named for the Temple of Doom, says Mog. And Muttley replies, Mog gets it with Temple of Doom, £5. Thank you very much, both Muttley and Mog. That's good stuff. Probably got time just to do 1 or 2 more. Kieran says, the great Callie. Nope. Wrong. Thanks, cheers. Muttley, he gets the commentary team have got to get it. And Kieran says, I'm out anyway. I just Googled. Messi suggests Kiwi Callie. He's wrong. Muttley, clue is in the reason I named. Well, so this is all rather post fact, as it were, because we already know
the answer now.
But Pirate Badshaw says, I feel fortunate that we lost only the 1 wicket during Shelley's stint.
Well, it's going to be Adil Rashid into the attack, and he's immediately beautifully on the money, and it's defended by Harry Tector in front of his off stump. Let's jingle up.
I think Shelley's actually
Adil.
not in Oxford. She's at Malahide, and she invited Sterling for lunch.
Thrown up again. Well, I'd get myself out if Shelley was buying. That's a swing and a miss outside of his off stump. Thrown up again.
Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the 45.
2 dot balls for Adil Rashid. What a class act he is. It's rather spoilt, that little record though, because it's just cut to point, and they do take a sharp single. Let's hope Callie the snake is behaving herself. Nobody wants a reptile dysfunction on this show.
That's very good.
Ooh, I say, we're watching what could have been a stumping that Josh Butler did. A, his feet were planted, and B, Josh Butler fumbled it anyway. Right, Rashidi's just 1 off his first 3 balls.
I thought that was a Dick Emery, I say. Oh, I say, you are awful.
But I like you. That one is cut, chopped, really, down to short
It was
third.
a googly he didn't read.
It was a googly, and he certainly didn't read it, although he played it.
It was fairly harmless
confidently
googly,
enough.
quite a bit wide outside the off stump, so it was fairly harmless.
He did indeed. Don't we have Mr. Humphreys playing today? He's free. Was he free? Yes, he was, and I think he's playing for Ireland today.
It's like the 70s never went away when we're on.
Oh, that's crikey, Moses dropped, I think. Harry Tector was looking to, I think, sort of drill to backward point. It's Liam Dawson who's at short third. He dived to his left. The question is, was it a bump ball? No, I don't think it was. Dawson flings himself to his left, gets one hand to it, but all he can do is parry it into the ground and not cling on. Thrown up again, lofted, dropping well short of the skipper, I think, Jacob Bethel, who's down there at long off. They take a single, and the first Ahmed over has gone for 6. 1 for 6 for him off 1.
Important news, Messi says
Rashid.
£116 in the GPL, closing in 10 minutes.
Okay.
And that was 5 minutes ago, so get in the
Right,
next 4 minutes.
careercricket.com/competition. You register. It's £1 per estimate. You just have to guess how many runs will be scored in the game in total.
Yes.
If you get
Kieran
it on the
Rosebud
nose.
says, Tector won't get out, he's good at guarding his wickets. Not an amateur, that man. In fact,
Well, no.
some would say he is a pro Tector.
Oh,
very good.
Excellent. Very good.
Messi
TNT, cricket is very, very new to TNT, clearly. I mean, they've been calling Rashid the Rehan Ahmed.
Overton in again, a swing and a miss by Tector, thumps into his pad. It would have been going down leg, possibly too high as well. So no real interest there. That wasp, which has been buzzing annoyingly around even in late summer, is now at 171, is what they're saying, the white Anglo-Saxon predictor. 171, 55 for 2.
I did ask the other day what it was for, but that's not the answer.
No, I don't think it is. That's gone up in the air. It's going to drop short. It was over Overton. It plopped about, a couple of yards behind the non-striker's stumps.
When I was
the
presenting
Tector.
to the ECB, I used the phrase WASP, and they said, yes, well, we know we've got a white audience, an Anglo-Saxon audience. Have we got a problem with Protestants? Have we got a problem with Catholics? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Oh, Lord. Overton in again. Launched high and straight down the throat, or nearly not, of Flight Sergeant Major Wood, who juggled not once, not twice, but 3 times like the hottest of hot potatoes. But he finally clung on. He knows he was lucky, and the third wicket has fallen for Ireland. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, juggle, 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 and even then it seemed to sort of sit on his chest for a while before rolling back down into his hands. And it's Lorcan and Tucker, so there's no record-breaking partnership for the two terrible T's today. He's gone caught by Luke Wood off the bowling of Overton. He's gone for 1 off 5, and England, who chose to field, are probably now feeling they're getting on top of things here, Anindo.
Yeah, and as they well should, because either the ball, they're just lofting the ball. Either the ball falls in between fielders or it goes straight into their hands. So I'm not sure Ireland's score is going to be very high at this rate.
I've never seen some catches you wonder at second or third grab. It wasn't so much that, but he did seem to juggle it for a very long time. Right, it's our chum.
Is it very cold?
Well, I'm sitting in a quite warm studio in Lewisham, so it's hard to tell you, but Overton, that's
Messi,
defended by our chum Curtis. Enjoyed his Guinness in the Bishop and Bear, did Curtis Camphor. We're going to give him a jingle, I think, hopefully, if I can find him. Where are you, Curtis, lad? Here he is.
It's 13 degrees.
No, he's not. Here he is. So not super warm, no.
Now who's this coming? Now who's this coming? Camp away.
Oh, he's launched this. Bridgeworth seems to have double played. He's gone to the out to the deep mid wicket where that curved rope is still there, so presumably they've still got a problem. Tom Banton's patrolling that area. It dropped well short of him. And our chum Curtis Camphor is off the mark with a 2. He was telling us all about how he came to Ireland. His grandmother, having been born in Johannesburg, his grandmother was Irish. That's how he's got himself into this team. Niall O'Brien helped engineer that circumstance. He's gone straight down the throat of Banton and barely able to recount his Guinness or 2 in the Bishop and Bear. That his life since he left Johannesburg I haven't had a chance to even tell you about his 5 wickets in 5 balls and the fact he'd already got a 4 in 4 balls as well. Never mind, he's gone.
Comes into field,
the lad's gone. He's been caught by Tom Banton in the deep, and another wicket's fallen for Ireland, who are in danger of falling over a bit here in Indo.
Sorry, his stint at the wicket was shorter than his jingle.
Well, it was rather, and I also sort of somehow double played his jingle as well, so which didn't really help. Anyway, here he goes.
I did think it was quite long.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
So
they're batting at the moment. Sorry, they're batting at the moment a bit like Pakistan did the other day against India in the Asia Cup. I mean, they're just coming in and everybody's just swinging their bat from ball 1 without, trying to do anything else.
Well, it's a new man to us all. It's I think he's a Canadian of South African descent. It's Ben Callies, left-hander, and that was he's off the mark immediately. Back of the square, gets himself a single. And I think he's predominantly a batsman.
I'm sure if he's any good, England will have him.
Just described as right arm slow in his bowling, which suggests the batting must be most likely his particular forte. In fact, he wasn't off the mark because it was the beginning of the new over, wasn't it? So it was Tector who turned that away for a single. He is now going to face Rayan Ahmed, who's coming right arm around to the left-hander. He's beaten him outside of his off stump. Not sure there was a huge amount of turn, but he certainly did him in flight. Perhaps a little bit of a googly by Rayan Ahmed.
I think it just went on straight and he was playing for the...
There is a slip. 4 down for 59 Ireland. That's a full toss.
That should go
hauled away by Khalid. There's a man down there. It's Luke Wood. And they only took a single. I thought they'd come back for 2. They didn't. So 2 off the over from Rayan Ahmed so far. He's got 3 balls left. 12 for Harry Tector, who's lost his partner in crime, Lorcan Tucker. and he's got Ben Callets for company. And if Ben Callets could kindly not get himself out for a couple of balls, I'll tell you a bit more about him. He's from Toronto. Thrown up, forward comes Tector, out to short cover, fielded by Jacob Bethel. No run. He's Canadian from Toronto. Plays for Northern Knights. He's played for Canada under 19s. He's going to face Texas facing Rayan Ahmed. That's slapped down to wide mid-on, and they take a single.
How is he playing for Ireland? I mean,
well, I'm glad you
Irish
asked that.
descent.
He was called up in the absence of Josh Little, who was injured playing for Middlesex in the One Day Cup, and Mark Adair. Moved to Ireland in 2022. Hold on. That's swung down to deep backward square. They'll take another single. So Callets will move on to 2. He moved to Ireland in 2022 and has represented Munster Red and Northern Knights in the Interprovincial Series before he was selected for Ireland Wolves. He's the only uncapped player in the squad.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Put together some very good knocks for Northern Knights, including a 72 in List A and a 58 versus Northern Warriors. So he's in some touch as well.
I think we'll do a change.
Are we? Lord, that came around quick.
I was almost going to say...
Shelley, how was lunch with Sterling?
It was fantastic. I heard you all talking.
And apparently you all want an invite.
Yeah, of course.
So Rashid's in, and just a big swing from Callets, but stopped by the first slip. No run. So, are you in with me, Messi?
I am indeed. I noticed they took more wickets than you did, Shelley.
I know! What a disappointment. Rashid in again, and this side onto the leg side with a big heave on, running towards the boundary, but will be pulled in. Should only be 2. Yes, they got 3 wickets.
Yeah, very, very unusual. I guess you're saving your venom for the English.
Or I'm just rusty. It's been a while, so maybe I'm just having to get into my work here. Maybe in the afternoon session. They're just having another swing. Rashid was in. Another big attempt at a leg sweep. And, no run for that. Hi, Will. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Shelley?
I think it's the first time we're doing a stint together, Will.
I think it is, which is mad.
Well, that's all right. You'll have to tell me a bit about yourself, Will, when we have some time. Because I think we're going to be having a look at a finger that's been injured on Callets' hand. So the physio has come out after that wild swing of the bat. So
I might have to ask Tony if he can adjust the screen to allow for 3 foreigners, as it were.
Hendo, can you just do the screen?
So, Will, what have you thought of this morning session with Ireland in the batting?
Well, I thought it was going all right, and then it really sort of collapsed. But I mean, that's a risk that you take with Ireland. Annoyingly, I put all of my eggs in the both going strong sort of basket with the GPL. I went for about 400 overall. So
yeah, somebody has gone for a total of 250. I noticed, which
that was me. That was
your backstop.
That was my backstop. Yeah.
Well, maybe lucky to get to there at the current rate of play.
I know.
I think the Wasp has them Ireland now for 145, so definitely a lot lower than it was in the first couple of overs. So Rashid's come in and bowled it pretty much halfway down the wicket and swung onto the leg side for a 4. Tony, are you going to play us a jingle?
Please. There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Halfway down the wicket, it deserved the treatment. Absolutely. Great shot.
Yeah.
And Rashid in again, and this time just placed into the leg side will be a quick scamper through for a single. And this is what they have to do, is to start building the partnership, because at 69 for 4, they're a long way from anything that's going to challenge England today. really needing something around the 200 mark, and that seems a very far stretch at the moment. Now we're doing some gardening in the halfway down the strip here by Tector, and this should be the last ball of the over from Rashid, and it's a big looping one and swatted onto the leg side. It should just be a single, and that's the end of the 11th over. Ireland are 70 for 4, and Messi, over to you.
I'm getting some village cricket vibes out of some of this. Pirate Badger says 13 degrees in Malahide. Today is one of... Oh, bloody hell. YouTube keeps crashing on me. He says today is one of the imploding sort of days. Quick, get Shelley back on. She seems to have been lucky for Ireland. Rhubarb WD says summer is definitely over. Yes, obviously. Tector still a pro, says Kieran. Yes, but it's not impressive. Evening history will be made when Bangladesh lifts the Asia Cup, says Farong. Yeah, we'll be waiting a while for that.
Ahmed into the attack, and a long hop onto the leg sides and smashed into the covers, and will be 4 runs. Beautiful shot by Tector. Diving fielders everywhere, none of them could stop that. Very well hit. I was just having several replays of that and some diving efforts to no avail. Ahmed in again, and this time wide again, placed into the covers, but not timed as well. Should only be a single. So, Will, what do you think they could possibly do, Ireland, in trying to get a reasonable score at this point?
Well, I think that they're probably doing the right thing in that they've slowed down just to have a little look and reassert themselves.
Ahmed in again, and this time paddled onto the leg side, but should also straight to a fielder. Should only be 1 run. Indeed. Because
actually you often find that when you sort of slow down and keep your head cool, the runs come of their own volition, so you it all works out in the end, I reckon. Hopefully that's the way it goes.
Indeed. So Ahmed in again, and a big smash by Tector onto the leg side, and I think it's gone for a 6.
Yeah.
Great shot.
2, 4, 6.
Absolutely brilliant, but again into the arc, beautifully timed. There was nowhere else that was going but over the rope. Beautiful shot. Now they just need another 20 of those, and then we can have a competitive score. But definitely, I agree with you, Will. They have to build the partnership, so then they've got to get themselves to turnover strike as well. Start to build some pressure on England. Ahmed in again, and hit into the covers, but straight to the fielder again. Single this time. But they're starting to definitely take on a lot more of the singles, starting to look to build this partnership. And we are now seeing a map that was just showing how many of the deliveries have been quite wide on the wicket. Ahmed in again, and smashed down. Is this high in the sky? Is somebody going to get there? Just short, but very well. Football stopped. And they got us through for a single, and that's the end of the 12th over. 84 for 4 Ireland. And over to you, Messi.
Pirate Badger's challenging Tony. He says, where are you getting your info from, Tony? Kellett was born in Vancouver while his South African parents lived there. They moved back to South Africa when he was 2. He's very much Canadian on a technicality.
I said he was Canadian.
Yes, you did. How is Saudi Arabia, says Rhubarb WD. I'm not quite sure why. Chief Warder says Tony could line up his body with Messi's head and shoulders. Yeah, it does look as if you're occasionally stroking my boobs.
Oh, please.
The way it's sitting. Levi Cadder says, listening from South America, Guianas love the commentary, love the chit-chat. Thank you, Levi. Lovely to hear from you.
And we have a change of bowler. Overton in again, and Kellett's walking down a bit and popped into the leg side and should be a single. Very interesting how the bowlers are being rotated for England. Nobody really getting several overs other than the 2 spinners, but now they've brought in a bit of pace again. So very nice rotation, and I think that's one of the big changes that T20 has brought over the recent years. So, looking at that map, what are your thoughts of the change of bowler, Will?
Well, I mean, it's that thing they're just trying to keep the batsmen on their toes and stopping them.
So Overton in and slightly high, shoulder length, and just placed. It wasn't even defended, I would say, and just dropped straight onto the pitch, no run.
He was born in Vancouver, not Toronto. That's the bit I got wrong.
Aha.
Got my
It's all Canada.
East and West Coast confused.
But there's always a South African catch. I just love how, whether you like it or not, we're in there somewhere. Overton in again, this time to Tector, and just short at the man standing at gully. Trying to be too deft, I think, trying to run it down to third man, but they went through for a single. That was just a little bit too cautious, I think. Either hit it or leave it alone. That was just a bit too risky, in my opinion.
Is it really an international cricket team if there's not a South African in it?
I think many sports could comment on that. You just have a look at some of the rugby teams, cricket teams. We've got someone everywhere.
Yeah.
Right, Overton in again on the leg side. Try to hit a shot. Ended up absolutely
funny.
lost for words. Is falling over. Thought it was in his pad. They've run for a single, fallen over, but they all managed to scamper through. Absolute. That was carnage, I will say. Where did the ball get stuck? In his thigh
It wasn't
pad.
until his partner was 3/4 of the way down his pitch that he was able to clear the ball from his stumps and start
There we
running.
go. And then look at the dive. The ball was nowhere near. Brilliant. Oh, that was fantastic. But I don't even think he knew where the ball was. And I think he was just hoping that it wouldn't fall back on the stumps.
Yeah.
Overton in again. And pulled onto the leg side, but this should just be the single straight to the fielder. Oh, very well stopped. But yes, definitely a very good partnership now starting to build, and they're starting to rotate strike, which is also something that hasn't been happening for the rest of the innings. Up until this point, it's very much just been very much going for the boundaries, and this is now starting to turn the strike around, which is actually really good. Now we've got a bit of a field change, slightly moving the fielders around from the 90. Overton in again and pulled again onto the leg side, this time by Cullis, but again straight to the fielder, Rashid it looked like. And that's the end of the 13th over. Ireland are 89 for 4. Messi.
Farong wants the Bishop to move slightly to the left, so he lines up his body better than with mine. Apart from that, we're pretty much up to date. I get the feeling with this match that everybody just wants their season to be over, to be honest, and move on. It's funny. Parrot Bradshaw was very critical of Cricket Ireland, and I am too, actually. I feel like since Cricket Ireland got full member status and thereby got a whole lot of extra funding, they've actually had very little interest in playing tester and first class cricket. They're just taking the money and doing whatever it is. I think it's a really good thing that they get that Dutron's leaving as their CEO, and they'll get somebody else.
Yeah, and just thinking about when they're playing these games at the end of September is so late. You're going to have rained out fixtures. Dawson in again, wide on the crease and smashed into the covers, but only for a single, straight to a fielder. England have been bowling really wide. Definitely will need to be a bit more consistent. What are your thoughts, Will, on what Messi has said?
Oh, I think, I completely agree. I think it's mad. They were sort of pushing so hard, and they've just taken their foot off the gas with the first class stuff since they got the membership status.
Dawson in again and just almost defended. No run. Yeah, it's a difficult balance that they've got to have, but I'm actually glad that they are getting some cricket. But when it is and who they're playing against has to also be looked at.
Yeah.
Dawson in to Tector. Reverse sweep in the air, and will it be caught? Yes, it is. That is another wicket for England. Tony, do you have a jingle for us?
Oh, I certainly do. I was just deciding which one. I think we're going to just do a quick one, this one again.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Yes, Will, what were you saying?
Oh, losing Tector is a serious blow. They needed him to kind of go long, really. They needed him to be there at the end. But, yeah.
But also to put a reverse sweep in when you're starting to play well, rotating the strike, just seems brain freeze. It was just
a really odd choice.
Sometimes you just think, forget about that, put it away in the locker and just build a partnership. Get up to a decent target without playing unconventional shots.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I don't know. Very.
We'll have a look now who comes in for Ireland, and it is... I'm just having a look.
It's Gareth Delaney.
Gareth Delaney.
Okay.
Here he is.
I think it also
Well,
just...
at least he was born in Dublin.
Well, there we go. An Irishman born in Ireland. Right, so Dawson in to Delaney, on leg stump, just feathered away down the leg side, just for a single. They scamper through, and just one more to the total. But I think this goes back to the whole question when at the toss that England has decided to bowl first. What were they looking to achieve from this? Was it just a quick game, or were they looking to give their players that are periphery at times of the team a shot at actually making some good overs or runs as well? So Dawson in again, put onto the leg side, but should only be a single. Well fielded, thrown really high to the keeper, so well fielded. What do you think of them choosing to bowl first, Will?
I can kind of understand it. I think that I mean, with the amount of rain that there's been in Dublin the last kind of week or so, it sort of makes sense, I guess, but I don't know.
Dawson in again and play to the fielder, but not cleanly. So they will just scamper through for the single, and that is the end of the 14th over. Ireland are 93 for 5, and it's over to you, Messi.
Barong says, on an Asia Cup note, let's hope Pakistan can play that annual decent performance this evening. A Bangladesh-Pakistan final would shame the IPL. It's not going to happen. Parabenchel says, I'm very hopeful with Dutram out the door, we're going to improve. The scheduling isn't entirely Ireland's fault. The matches were supposed to be ODIs in June, but that didn't work out for the ECB. Well, we all know what interrupts everything is the bloody 100. Although it's interesting to see that the second half of the 100 next year coincides with the test matches against Pakistan, so it can be done. It's weird.
Haven't they moved the 100 for... No, they put the blast in one block, didn't they?
Rashid into Delaney and defended onto the leg side, but nicely enough to get a single. But it always comes down to how packed the summer is for the teams, and to try and fit in the domestic plus the 100 plus. It's so much cricket that they try to squeeze in such a limited time.
Liva Kedda has a very important message. He says, could you please give me the batter's score and the team total as frequently as possible, because I'm blind.
No problem, we can do that. Rashid in and whooped onto the offside, and that was gone for 6. Beautiful shot by Cullitz.
And Ireland have brought up...
There we go, thank you, Tony. And the score was, when I last saw it, I'm trying to remember now, I think it was 100 for 5, and this time again swept onto the leg side, and they'll scamper through for a single. 101 for 5. But Rashid is really giving a lot of variation today, and I always think he adds so much variety to the bowling that
he's amazing.
compared to what the rest of the team were giving. So it just gives a really nice variation, and it just suits the fast bowlers as well. Rashid in and blocked down the ground, but straight to the fielder, and that should be another single. But yes, it's time to build another partnership. This time between Cullitz and Delaney. Now, hopefully, what we can get to is, what are we saying is a good score here to at least give them a chance, Will?
160, 170, I guess.
Rashid in, and caught by the person in the covers. They tried a slog sweep by Cullitz, but he is out for 22.
Bethel.
Oh dear.
Bugger.
That's Will's wicket.
Yeah.
We'll go
Oh, I feel really guilty.
On your bike, mate.
Cullitz did try, but I think he's got himself into a position with 5 overs, just on 5 overs and a bit left. I've got no real choice but to go for it now to make any kind of total.
Out for 22 and leaving Delaney there on 4. That's 2 batters that are going to have to really sort of dig in now and start from nothing, basically.
Barry Badger points out that Gareth Delaney is lucky to be playing. He had a horror injury earlier in the year, colliding with another player where he fractured his eye socket.
Oh no.
Oh.
That's terrible.
That's nasty. And Rhubarb WD says Overton and Dawson are the 2 best bowlers so far. You don't often hear that said.
Tony, do you have Barry McCarthy's jingle for us?
Yes, I certainly will do.
Thank you.
Can I find it? This is McCarthy's lad. Here he is.
His experience with gorillas was enough to make him decide to work really hard.
Rashid in, massive LBW, and yes, given.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Are they going to refer it for its DRS?
Oh dear.
Are they going to refer? Yes, they do. And so to DRS we go.
I don't think there's any likelihood of that being given not out. But Shelley, you've refound your form, I'm afraid.
You could be completely blamed for that, Messi, because you said my powers had left me for a while, and so I decided, the rustiness is off. We've had a session, it's time to bring them back.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, that's the last of our overs too, isn't it?
Yes, so straight after the DRS we'll have a change-up, and then, for me at least, I'll be back in the next innings. But let's see, is this 3 wickets in this 5-over spell for us?
Yep.
And we're just having a look at the replay. Let's have a look where it's pitching. Oh, plumb. Absolutely. Pitched on middle. Halfway up the pad. The only thing I can save is a neck. Let's see.
No.
Nothing. That's gonna. Let's have a look what the tracking's gonna say. But that looks stone cold. That will be most likely be out. Here we go, and we're on to ball tracking. Pitched. In line and impact. It's gone. That's it. And that's the end of our stint as well. And we'll be back on, quite a few of us, in the next innings.
Yeah.
Hello.
On your bike, mate.
Bye-bye. Can you change it to a 2-and-1 visual setup on your way through? Groans over technical task.
Well, McCarthy is out. He went first ball, so by my reckoning, Rashid will be on a hat-trick at the start of his next over.
He will, and he's got 1 over left. Because he's got 1 3, hasn't he?
Yep. So that will be high excitement. It's not often you get a hat-trick in international cricket. I don't know how many Adil Rashid has got over the years in various forms. We can always look that up, of course. But maybe he's, even the experienced campaigner like Adil Rashid will enjoy the prospect of a hat-trick. Something to tell his grandchildren about in his dotage. Yes, I remember when I secured a very important hat-trick. So the new batsman is Matthew Humphreys.
I'm free.
And he's on the ground and he's free. That will mean absolutely nothing to our younger viewers.
We don't have any younger viewers, they're all our age.
Well, that's not.
I know, I'm joking.
You'd be surprised. In comes Sergeant Major Luke Wood, left arm, over the wicket at the start of his third over. And that's just played out quietly onto the offside, and they scurry through for a single. Delaney moves on to 4, 103 for 7.
Well, I'm not sure whether I've actually done this correctly, because I'm not sure whether I'm showing up on the YouTube screen. I turned it to one-person Zoom, which is correct, is it not? Because there are two of us in the studio.
You need to also change the studio. I'll have a look.
You might have to have a look, Tony, to double check.
You're lucky it's me, not the bear.
I did say to the bear when I was...
I'm far more forgiving.
When I was doing tech this afternoon, and when I got in, I did say, don't get angry with me, as I expected the bear to.
Be gentle. In comes Luke Wood again, second ball of his third over. And that's line length, and it's just glided down to the man at third man, and they hurry through for a single. And Humphreys is off the mark. That'll make him feel better about himself. 1 off 1.
Yeah, this is disappointing for Ireland, isn't it? It really is. I mean, I did want to see England bat first because I feared this could happen. Ireland batted really well in the first T20 to get to 196, but it's always going to be a big ask if you lose a big player like Sterling quite early on. It's going to be tricky.
Yes. Wood in again to Delaney this time, who just gets his front leg out of the way, but having done that, doesn't really do anything else. He just watches it go past the edge of his bat, and it's a dot ball.
He just got a little bit of movement there off the pitch. I don't know. That was just my impression. It won't be as easy for England, but you feel that Ireland needed to get something like 160 at least to make something of it. England might just go out there and blast this away. I mean, there could be a good finish to this innings, but England, if they don't get more than 120, England could blast it away in no time.
You think that's where the smart money would be, and that's hoiked into the air. Has it gone far enough? Has it eluded all the fielders? I do believe it has. It's gone all the way for one of these.
Was it a maximum?
I don't know whether it went all the way. The cameraman lost it again, and we saw it sort of bouncing once it was over the boundary. But whether it, it is a 6. I think it is a 6.
Really?
Actually, I think I just said.
Well,
I think it is. Okay. Quite surprising because he got it high up on the bat. I'm surprised it had enough to go that far. Yeah, it's cleared by about a couple of metres, hasn't it? It's gone beyond the road.
More of a spot or a swipe, you thought, to start with. In fact, you thought maybe he's in danger of getting caught at mid-on, but no. In comes Wood again. And this one, again, the front foot's got out of the way by Delaney. He cuts it, but straight to the man at point, so dot ball there.
A couple of nice shots, actually. I mean, he played that really well, played it quite late. Was a little unlucky not to get it through. That's a genuinely good shot.
Indeed, yes. Yes, I was trying to think when with the whole Canadian thing was going on, Tony, something to do with it's not Toronto, Tonto, but I couldn't quite make it work. In comes Wood again. Again, gets out of the way, again cuts it. This time it's eluded point, and it threads its way all the way for one of these.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
I think that's what he was trying to do with the previous ball, but he's threaded that through. Beautiful shot from Delaney. Don't know where we got up to on the YouTube contributions. Have we had Pirate Badshaw saying, "I'm very hopeful that with Dootram out the door, we're going to improve"? Have we had that one?
We may have done, but not the next one after that.
Okay. Could you please give me the? Oh no, we've had that one. We've had that one. I heard that one myself. Put someone else on Bush's body, says Chief Wardo. I already regret that phrasing. Carry on. And Rhubarb has said Overton and Dawson are the two best bowlers so far.
Hello. Well, I don't think it's going to improve now.
Maybe not.
Sonny Baker back in. He's starting his third over. His first two went for 20, which is better than some of his international experience. And that tucks up the batsman. I think it's probably gone for a leg by. No, maybe a little edge. Don't see a leg by being given. 115 for 7.
Must have been some bat. I don't think it wasn't given as a leg bye. I thought it would have been a leg bye. 11 exactly an over he went for in that ODI in his num for 76, and 11 and over pretty much he's gone for in his first 2 here today.
I mean, he's bowling in the power play, and the ball's hard. He's got big batsmen up against him. Really, that's a better ball.
Yeah, it is a better ball. It's full and it's on off stump, but it's got the treatment. Another description would be
and if your kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
I said it was a better ball because it was a slow one. It was straight, but it was really good movement of the feet by the batsman to get outside leg stump and then just caress it through the offside. Very impressed just in the last 3 or 4 balls watching Gareth Delaney bat. 18 off 10.
18 off 10 is a very impressive contribution. Let's hope he can, for the sake of the game at least, keep it up. Here comes. That's swished. Has it got enough on it? Has it got enough on? But you can say that again. All the way.
I think they should just call him Sonny Buffet Baker.
That's a really beautifully picked up shot, isn't it?
There's also rain spots on the camera, but hopefully it's going to pass.
Sounds like a
very
song.
quickly.
Rain spots on my camera.
Rain spots supporting on the camera.
It's brilliant little knock so far from Delaney. He's timing the ball beautifully.
Sonny's got his 11 for this over, and he's still got 3 balls to go.
Oh no, poor Sonny Baker. In he comes again, and that's pushed through faster, and who can blame him? But the result, I'm afraid, is the same as the last ball. Deep over deep square leg.
The Buffet boy. Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
I mean, I've heard ridiculous talk that they're thinking of taking that Baker might. Well, he'd probably go on the Lions tour, but he might be on the fringes of Ashes selection, which would be utterly crazy.
Well, I'm pretty sure that he's written himself out of that script.
You would think so, wouldn't you? Although, as we saw with Crawley, Crawley's had so many opportunities. Maybe Baker's, one day going to get once in a blue moon, he might get a 7-for or something.
Well, the England think tank can be very stubborn. We do know that. In comes Baker. It just reminds me a little bit of the old Pakistani approach to the wicket of Asif Masood for our older listeners, and that's a better ball, fired in at his toes, and he can only get it away to the man at.
I think you would say that's where the similarity ends.
yes, I'm afraid so.
Although that's a dot ball, wasn't it?
Well, it shouldn't have been. I'm just wondering whether Delaney's decided that he's going to take the strike as much as possible. Although with only 1 ball left in this over, I think it would seem to me a slightly strange decision in case he can't get a single off the next one.
Well, yes, don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Yep.
Same ball, and this time Delaney gets it down for the single he was looking for, down to the man at the long on. He moves on to 31 and the score to 132 for 7 at the end of the 17th over.
Yeah, pretty good in the end. Pretty well thought out by Delaney. Goes to 31 of 14. What a knock this has been. Looks a really classy player. Will Reynolds. I don't think we're in Toronto anymore. Toto. Kansas.
Yes.
Carry on, my wayward son, says Muttley Von Eric. Rhubarb says this could be Baker's international career over before it's even begun. Well, yeah.
It's 2 shocking debuts. Is he going to get another over? That's the 4th over. Do England think they've done well enough to risk it and try and see if they can get him a wicket? Or do they just withdraw him from the firing line out of kindness?
People can come back in international cricket, of course. Sometimes many years later. Adil Rashid's back on. That's his googly. That was in fact the hat-trick ball, and it's not a hat-trick because it's bunted out into the offside for a single. One thinks of Graham Gooch, of course, out famously for a pair on his debut, and
you
then
might also think of Simon Kerrigan when it comes to the bowling stakes.
Well, there's other people you can think of. Yes, that's for sure. Didn't Len Hutton get a pair on his debut?
I think he
as well?
did. Yes, I think he famously did.
We're thinking more of batsmen here, obviously. And that is swept off his toes by Humphries, and a couple of bounces down to the man at deep square. They come through for a single, which will suit Ireland, gets Delaney back on strike.
Wasn't Shane Warne tonked around on his first test appearance?
Yeah.
For
It was something like 1 for 170 or something. Yep. So take heart. I don't think that Sonny Bay's going to turn into Shane Warne, but you never know. That's cut for a single.
Nope. They've come back.
Oh, they're coming back too, and they make it.
Just about. That was pretty tight. I mean, a direct hit there, and he might have been in trouble. As it was, Butler couldn't take it at all. I think he was just leaving it because he thought it might hit the stumps. It was Luke Wood. It was throwing it in. Ooh, it was quite close, wasn't it?
I think the one thing you can... Sorry, go on.
Would have been very tight. I think he would have just about been there.
One thing you can say about Sonny...
Yep. In comes Rashid again. And that's drilled down the ground, but the man from long on comes round, and I think they're going to turn... Have they turned down the single there?
No, they took the one.
They took the one, right.
Yeah.
Yes. Very good, very good.
Pirate bad shot. Sorry, I'll come back to that.
Humphries on threes on strike, got a couple of balls. Rashid's over to go. The reverse sweep has on this occasion worked by Humphries, and Ireland showing there's life in the.
Just to say before we see who's going to bowl the next over with one ball remaining in this one, Pirate Badshaw says, I'd like Sonny Baker to have another over to get us up to a competitive score.
Well, yeah, I'm afraid so.
His jingle is a lot better than his bowling, I have to say, to be fair.
I'm just thinking about his mum. I hope she's not watching this. In comes Adil Rashid again. And I think that's gone straight down the gullet of the man at deep square leg. Is that correct?
It did. Yep. Well, I wouldn't say quite straight down his gullet. A, I think he's injured himself taking the catch. It's Jordan Cox. B, he had to judge it brilliantly because it was dropping very rapidly. He ended up having to fall forward and took it. The actual catch was taken about an inch off the ground. So maybe he got his fingers trapped between ground and ball. We'd have to have another look.
It was a really good connection from Humphries. I feel a bit. He's been a bit unlucky there, to be honest. Good catch if it is out. I think it was out, but
I don't think. Oh, they stopped to have a look.
They're going to have a look. Yeah.
They are having a look, and I thought I saw the umpire signalling 6, which completely confused me.
No, he was just signalling the square for the TV.
Yes, very good. Okay, that would have thrown things, but let's have a look.
See how quickly it drops. I think he'd take that and he got his fingers underneath it.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think there's too much doubt about that.
But I'm pretty sure he injured himself in the process of doing it, Jordan Cox.
Yeah,
well, it's straight in there, safe as you like.
Your finger would be jabbed onto the ground by that, wouldn't it? So you can understand why he's in a bit of pain, but it looks fine to me.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Surely.
Pretty sure.
Surely.
Out.
Come on. Yes, out it is. And that's the fall of the...
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Melody Gardo
Humphries out
says
for
he's got to
7.
go.
At the end of the 18th over, Ireland 141 for 8 over to Tony. Oh no, Hendo, I think.
Hendo.
Will Reynolds says Swan was dropped for years, so was Jimmy, so was Rashid. Well, yes, but after they've come in and had a little bit of a reasonable go, let's put it that way. They've shown some promise, and I'm not saying I think Baker might just be a little bit unlucky. He's bowled on to good batsmen on quite batting friendly wickets, although 141 for 8 wouldn't suggest it was so. Even Root and Bradman were dropped once. Yeah, again, same reply.
Right. New man, it's our man Craig. Here he is.
Mm-hmm.
Craig Young's the dude, a good attitude, a breedy born dude, looks good in the nude.
What?
Goodness me. Anyway, it's a big full toss from Jamie Overton, but Gareth Delaney can't really do too much with that. He's just smeared it down to long on, and I think, again, he's turned down the opportunity to take a single, unless that's...
Yeah, he did.
Right.
Now, what I want to know...
Jordan Cox, he's not got injured again, has he?
Yeah, he has.
Is he? Oh, he's not going to be out of the game.
I think so. Which would mean leave England a batsman down, which might even the odds up a little bit.
Clever.
Probably not much. And that's a slower ball from Overton, which Delaney can't do anything with. Looks around to the square leg umpire to see whether it's wide. I do remember reading Colin Cowdrey's autobiography, and he was out, I think, in his first innings for 5, and he was disconsolate. He went down to get a haircut, and he sat down in the chair, and the guy came up behind him to cut his hair and said, "God, did you see that new guy? Absolutely useless." So the barber says, "You'd never have picked him." And of course it was Colin Cowdrey himself whose hair he was cutting. Right, Jamie Overton in again. Comes in, and that is an attempt at something by Delaney. Can't get any better on it. This is excellent death bowling from Jamie Overton.
Yeah, this is a problem for Delaney, that he doesn't obviously have confidence in the men at the other end, and so all the responsibility is on him. And then you get 3 dot balls. So at what point does he decide to take a run? Does he just sit there and play out a maiden effectively?
Well, it's not going. Whatever the plan is, it's not going very well.
With that ball.
And that's a full toss, a low full toss. He's bunted it over the bowler's head. There is. Is he not running again? Surely he must run at some point.
He didn't.
Well, he must be backing himself to hit 2 sixes off the last 2 balls then.
Yeah, but based on he's mishit 2 full tosses in this over. He's got a slower bouncer that he's failed to make contact with.
I suspect he, like us, is wondering how Mogg knows that Craig Young looks good in the nude. That may be what's putting him off.
In comes Overton again. This time he connects Delaney. It's a big old hoik. It lands between 3 fielders, and they've come back for 2.
Yeah, lifted that up and over extra. Quite a lot of height on it, not enough length really, and this outfield is really slow, isn't it? It's just plugging any shot that goes up in the air like that. But he's got to get a single off this ball, really, I suppose. He might get Young facing the first ball the next over, and he hits his own 6, and then everyone says, "Well, why didn't he run in the last over?"
Very true. Overton in again. Last ball of the over to Delaney. Cuts it hard, and the sweeper has to make a good diving effort. It'd be interesting to see whether they bother coming back for 2. I rather doubt they will.
No, I don't think they will. The way
No,
they're going.
just take the 1.
And that's a lazy piece of wicket keeping, sort of mid-wicket by Joss Butler, who really looked like he couldn't be asked, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true, but he knew Delaney was going to stay
But he knew
down
he wasn't
that
going to run. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
Couple of tweets. JB says, "I was dropped as a toddler. Just look at me now." Andrews Rousseau says, "I know this is a cricket channel, but what are your thoughts on Arsenal v City later?" I said, "I want them both to lose." Is that fair enough? No, I don't really, because I wouldn't mind seeing Arsenal win the league this year.
Yeah, let's get it over with.
The other half of my of Louis' family, i.e. Lily's family, they're all Arsenal, they're all Gooners.
I mean,
It makes my blood boil when they bought my grandson an Arsenal kit. I went to a party.
Tears.
And it was fairly soon after he was born. And they had him dressed in the Arsenal kit. I said, "Why have you dressed him as a clown? Get him out of that costume."
Delaney facing up to Sonny Baker for the last over, and it's full toss on leg stump. And has that gone? No, a couple of bounces down to the man at mid-on. I just thought for one heart-stopping moment that maybe Sonny Baker had picked up a wicket, but no.
Is your feed not very good?
Not brilliant.
No, I was going to say, because that wasn't actually a full toss.
That's how jerky it is.
That's how jerky it is, yeah. But he's got a rare dot ball for Sonny Baker. That's the only way he gets dot balls.
Oh, that's a triumph, isn't it? We're having a look at the ground at the moment, which reminds me a little of Durham. And that is bunted straight back over Sonny Baker's head, and the man at mid on is not fast enough.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Now,
well, Delaney's giving them something to some sort of a target here.
Yeah.
If you were Jacob Bethel, would you really have given the 20th over, where they're going to swing like a rusty gate at everything, to the man who's gone for none for 42 before the start of this over, off just 3 overs?
Well, it's a bigger picture, isn't it? I think that he's obviously been instructed that you give Sonny Baker a full compliment. Not much to be complimentary about, to be honest. To use both phrases, both senses of the word.
Oh, that's a great ball, though.
Oh, that's a very good ball, right up in the block hole. Delaney can only block it out. I used to love seeing estate agent particulars where it said the house is complemented by a large garden, and complemented was, of course, spelt incorrectly.
Oh,
so
yes.
Imagine the garden saying, "Oh, you do look nice, lovely."
You look lovely. You look lovely in your new coat of paint.
Of course, if you say that to an estate agent, they won't have a clue what you're talking about.
No.
In comes Baker, a hop, skip and a jump, and he's in. And he's bowling to Delaney, who's got 3 balls. And that's smashed straight back at Baker, who fields it. So this is turning into a minor triumph, this over for
Just
Baker.
4 off the over, yeah.
I think there's also a hope that he'll get a wicket just to, if he's never seen in international cricket again, he's got that to his name.
Well, poor old Mike Smith got Graham Thorpe dropped the only wicket he might have got in Test cricket, didn't he, in 1997? He never got one.
Oh, yeah.
In comes Baker again. Can he get that wicket? Delaney launches a full toss like a golf shot.
Wasn't a full toss.
I didn't say it was a full toss. I think I said it was. I said it was a half volley, but it's quite possible I misspoke as a politician.
Misspoke, yes. You did a Farage.
Nearly went the distance, didn't it? Still only 8 off the over. Let's face it, that's a better return than the previous 3, but we don't know what's going to happen to the last ball.
50's up for Baker.
Here it comes. Last ball. Baker to Delaney. What's going to happen next? Goes wider on the crease, smashes it. Ooh, it's gone straight to the man at mid-off. They come through. They're going to come back for 2 because there are buzzers. And Sonny Baker does not get that coveted wicket in international cricket. Will he get another chance? The future will take care of that. At the end of the 20th over, Delaney, very good knock, 48 from 29. They've edged into respectability. 154 for 8. Well, I mean, it is a target for England to have a go at, I suppose. What do we think, guys?
Oh well, yeah. I mean, when I spoke, it seems like only a few balls ago. Wasn't expecting Ireland to get to 120, to be honest. And I said 160 at least would give something for England to chase, and they've done that. My big fear for Ireland, though, is that England will take the slow outfield out of the equation by just hitting everything for 6, basically. We've seen the form that the likes of Phil Sort and Joss Buttler have been in.
They don't
of
tend
late.
to like wickets where the ball's not really massively coming onto the bat.
Well, I think
it's been fairly slow.
I think it is in the power play when the ball's hard. So I think England will go off at an absolute rate. That said, Buttler and especially Salt are due a failure. If you want to look at it that way.
England's game plan is so reliant upon those 2 teeing off and going well that you sense they might, and they're a batter down. If
Potentially, yeah.
Can't bat. Well, I think if he's broken his finger, they're not going to push him out there. So,
but we don't know.
Today's the day you don't need him to fail. I think Cricket Ireland and TNT Sports will both be very grateful to Sonny Baker because at least the lad has given a target that if not challenging, is upwards of 150.
Yeah, absolutely.
Interesting if England are 20 short with the 9th wicket down, whether we get a Chris Woke style situation of Jordan Cox manfully coming to.
I think it's unlikely.
I tell you what, he'd have to be the most unlucky player if he's out of this game, doesn't he? He really is. Unfortunate.
He's made a Bolswood, though, isn't he? I mean, if he is, then some people are like that.
Yes, well, absolutely.
You see it with footballers all the time.
Yeah.
Is he England's Darren Anderton?
Well, it's a sick note, isn't it? Young was out there for a couple of hours and ended up naught off naught.
Jeremy Agakio's our man at Watford. He's the man made of, Poppadom.
I just think about the Wimbledon one in the olden days. Let's have a look at some final YouTubes before we take a little break. JB says he reckons that Arsenal City will be 2-2. He also says, why are they called Gooners? Well, I mean, obviously it's something to do with gunners. But,
Yeah, I think
but
it's
why
just-
is it? Is
I
it
think it's
just
just
taking the piss? I don't know.
Fourth, when you deliberately mangle a word to create a point. What's the word I'm looking for to describe that?
So is that so? Is it a sort of? Is it a sort of
It's a
nickname?
bastardisation of gunner, I think.
Yeah, but is it done by their opponents or their rivals? As in,
I think it's
as
one of
in the
those
goons?
things where it would have originally been done by the rivals, and then it would have been sort of
And then it
adopted
was,
by the team itself.
Lockie the Sixth says, my sympathies to the disinherited Arsenal baby. That'll teach him for going to Hampshire, Will Reynolds says. Of course, not giving up on the fact that Sonny Baker was a child of Somerset. Pirate Bachelor, I'm happy with Delaney's work. He's given us something that might work if we can pick a few England wickets cheaply. JB says, if you don't get a wicket, don't say you ever got a cap. As a bowler, the first question will be, who did you get out? Yeah, good point. Gooners with the Arsenal firm, Will Reynolds tells us.
Yeah, I've just AI'd it.
Ah.
And here's what AI has told me, which is entirely plausible. Obviously, we know it's a derivation of the nickname the Gunners, because they were the workers from the Royal Arsenal Munitions Factory. The exact origin of Gooner nickname is debated, but the most popular theories suggest it either stems from the 70s hooligan firm the Goon Squad, as in featured in David Bowie. Which song am I thinking of, Forty?
Yes, you're thinking of Fashion by David
We are
Bowie.
the Goon Squad and we're coming to town.
yeah.
Or it might just be a simple alteration of Gunners due to pronunciation.
What, the fact that people
Yeah.
in North London can't talk proper?
Yes,
Yeah,
indeed.
I think
There's
that's
a
probably
very
what it is.
good book called A Message from the Goon Squad by Jennifer Egan, which some of our readers will know.
It makes me wonder, what's the Watford firm? Is it, I don't know, someone's cash and carry or something.
Well, it used to just be the Rookery Enders.
The Rookery Enders?
Yeah.
That sounds like a bunch of a ladies' gardening club.
That's like a bird watch.
Well, it's funny you should say that, because behind the Rookery End there used to be for
used to be a cabbage patch.
decades while I was there. It was a cabbage patch is a little harsh. It was an allotment, Forthy, not just a cabbage patch. I mean, there will have been
remember it as a
cabbage patches in the
I
allotment.
remember West Brom supporters throwing cabbages at Watford's supporters.
Wonderful
well,
stuff.
that means they would have been stealing from the allotment. And we don't like that sort
Yes,
of
they
thing
were.
in our parts.
Painful
I
behaviour.
don't know, in this day and age, you'd take them home, wouldn't you, the cabbages? Oh, hello, it's raining. It's raining. Covers are coming on. But as we said, we think it's only going to be a little bit of a shower. That was what the Weather Cave was telling us earlier on, which makes me wonder, Forthy, what about the Coventry firm? Do you know what they were? I mean, I imagine you were the leader.
Very much so, yeah. Harry the dog, who wore a surgeon's mask. I think it was the Sky Blue Army, rather unimaginatively.
Oh, that's a bit dull, isn't it? That's really dull. I mean,
Sorry?
there could have been something about elephants or Lady
We've never really
Godiva.
embraced the elephants thing. That's something that's part of the official claptrap. But we've got Sky Blue Sam, who's our mascot, who's an elephant.
He's an
It
elephant.
never reaches the terraces. We've got no reference to elephants, from the fan
Well, I was
base.
going to say, what would be the connection?
Well, there are lots of elephants I know up in up to the top of. It's not the shopping. Is it the top of the shopping centre where they've got all those
Because
statues?
there were a lot of elephants in the War Memorial Park, because you remember walking through
The tropical War Memorial Park that was opposite
Is the
the flat that I was
A45
in.
a trunk road?
Oh, very good indeed. Actually, Forthy, did you see, talking of all things Coventry, did you see that the winner of Mastermind this week, his specialist subject was the history of Coventry?
The city or the football club?
Fantastic.
Yeah, sorry?
The city or the football club?
No, the city.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so I missed it. I just saw the end of it where he was, they interviewed the winner at the end, and he was obviously a man of Coventry originally, and so it was quite.
It's
quite good fun.
a surprisingly broad topic. Yeah, the winners tend to be people who say 10 years of this particular group or this particular player or something, so that they can almost be invulnerable with the questions. The whole history of Coventry is a very wide.
It's a huge subject, isn't it?
From Coventry,
yeah, I said the Godiva. There could have been the Godivans. Godiving. That's probably the Coventry Strikers, isn't it? The Godivers. I would have thought. Yeah. So I was going to say that I can't remember what the Wimbledon, if there was a Wimbledon firm. There wasn't enough. It was a firm of solicitors, all three of them. But there is quite a controversy at AFC Wimbledon at the moment. I say quite a controversy. It's quite a small one because not many people will be aware of it. But there's this group of sort of older men, let's put it that way, I believe, who are probably about my age and a few years younger. And they're known as the Pie Boys. And the reason they're known as the Pie Boys, there's only about 6 of them, I think, is that one of them, they come from all over. They're not just local to Wimbledon, although they may have been originally. They come to the match, and one of them makes a different flavoured pork pie type thing for them each home match. But unfortunately, now due to the new food park or the upgraded food park that we've got, which is actually quite impressive, I have to say, they're now having their pork pies confiscated by the stewards on their way in. They come in with a tiny little tub with the, and they've had them taken off them.
Tupperware.
So that
they keep
Tupperware. We want you to go and buy one of our incredibly overpriced pizzas for about 14 quid.
Meanwhile, I suspect the stewards are nipping behind the stand and
scoffing the pork. Well, looking at most of them, yeah.
If over the season they all start putting up on weight massively, you'll know where those pies. You'll know where those pies are going.
Some people might be saying that I'm the one who's taking them, but I couldn't possibly comment. Let me have a little look. But did I do this one? I'm not sure. But I got jumped by a load of Zulus. Says Will Reynolds, who actually tells us that they're the Birmingham City firm.
Stop chucking those bloody spears.
How did the Birmingham City firm become known as the Zulus? Eric J says the original Cabbage Patch Kids. Cabbage Patch
Dolls, yeah.
Dolls or whatever it was. Oh, I've lost it. I've lost the. How do I get it back?
I've lost it. I've lost the will to live. I've lost the will to...
Leah's turned up and she says, "Hello everyone, I missed the first innings because once a month I'm giving cooking lessons to the community association." That's very community
now
spirited.
You've piqued our interest. What have you been teaching them to cook today?
Pork pies.
Bratwurst.
Very broad range of interests, Leah, isn't she? It's very impressive.
Absolutely.
We have a lot of interesting conversations about food with Leah.
Have we had many
exchange recipes sometimes?
Do you?
When I mean when there's a sort of a lull in play,
as there is now.
I recall we've done it a few times. Yeah.
Yes, raining, by the way. It's not massively heavy because there's a man with a bald head who's not even bothering with the umbrella. They can't get hit. They can't get 3 men under the umbrella. That's the problem. So there's going to be a delay. Whatever. I mean, we could take a break, or we could just wibble. I don't mind wibbling.
Speaking of food,
no, it's fine.
Malahide Castle.
Yep.
Would you believe? Dates from the 12th century.
Right.
However, in the Battle of the Boyne,
which was what,
1690, 14 members of the family that owned Malahide Castle, 14 members sat down for breakfast. By the evening, they were all dead.
Ooh.
Makes you think, what the fuck did they have for breakfast? But I think more particularly, they all died in the battle, rather than ate a dodgy bacon sandwich. You know.
That's probably
before they went off to the battle.
Imagine turning up for a battle and then finding that all your foes have died from egg
dodgy
poisoning.
Mushroom. Mind you, that's quite topical, isn't it?
Absolutely. I tell you why I'm laughing about that is because when we were sitting here on Friday waiting in vain for cricket to start in the rain, Tony was sitting in one of the chairs and he was just murmuring while scribbling on a little piece of paper, and he was saying things about the Battle of the Boyne, and
I may have been making notes about that.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I said. Oh goodness me, Give it up.
I thought I'd better get that particular interesting fact out now, just in case rain stops play for the rest of the day.
Yes, indeed. Rhubarb WD says, how do I cook an egg?
What kind of egg?
That's a very good point. Will Reynolds says, Leah is a Renaissance woman. And she comes back and says, I made eggs and potatoes with a mustard sauce from scratch, obviously,
nice.
and a tomato salad with Thai basil and pickled lemon.
Pickled lemon?
Pickled.
The thing is, can I just come in for a second?
Yeah, of course.
When someone from scratch, what do they mean by from scratch?
Well, she didn't grow the potatoes.
I think she's talking about the
mustard. She had some that she prepared earlier.
Sorry, no, I'm thinking she's talking about the mustard sauce in that regard.
Oh, okay, it's a specific reference to it.
Yes, I think so.
So would that be from crushed mustard seeds, or
I was gonna say.
were you just taking mustard powder and then whipping up the sauce with water and whatever else you popped into it? As it was a kind of a sort of a mustard dressing. Is that what it was? I suspect it may have been a mustard dressing.
The word from scratch, there's raised red flags for me always. But anyway,
Well,
sorry, carry on.
Certainly in a cooking show, that it certainly would, because they don't do anything from scratch.
Well, Rhubarb WD, who's a kind of an ingredient in him or herself. Eggs and potatoes sounds like a Russian salad. I couldn't possibly comment. JB says, nice, I'll be around in 20 minutes.
It's probably been consumed by now.
Probably has been consumed. Absolutely true. 154 for 8 Ireland made in their 20 overs. We've got a bit of a break because one of those showers has come in that Messi warned us about earlier.
Just quickly,
do you want us to keep wibbling, or shall we take a break?
We have news hot from the ground.
Hector
the news hound. Newshound Hector has informed us that Cox is fit to bat.
Oh, good. Okay.
Oh, that's good news.
Well, it does look like we may be off for a wee while.
We might be off for a while. There's the big expanse of covers.
Do you know what? I love the man. Don't get me wrong. I would never have a word said against Messi, but recently his weather forecasting has been absolutely shite. He just keeps getting stuff wrong.
Well, everyone goes through a bad run. He's had good form up until now. Yeah, I think he's just having.
I refuse to accept that.
There he is.
The disembodied voice of the weather
It
cave.
will not last long. Another 5-10 minutes and it'll be fucked off. Okay.
It's the ghost. It's the ghost.
Right.
Ghost of
Okay.
Banco.
Well, I tell you what. What is it now? It's 3:19. So if they haven't shown a start by 3:29, then Messi, I think you might have to find another job.
Out of my brain, get paid more than this one.
Out of my brain on the 3:19. Oh, that was the 5:19, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know. You're
It was the 5:19. Not the
Are you coming up
3:19.
with obscure blues?
That was the Who.
Just don't think I'm not listening when you're abusing me.
No, we never think you're not listening. You'll have ears. You're like a one-man surveillance state. God knows what else. God knows what.
Very own personal Stasi.
Yes.
I could see. I was well aware of your presence when I was saying it.
Yeah.
You're always touched by your presence, Messi.
So it's like God knows what else he's got up there in the weather cave. I mean, he probably has to go down into the depths, a bit like Iran's president, to not be bombed by America.
If you need an apprentice in the weather cave, I think Sonny Baker might be looking for a job. we could pop him over to help you out.
Oh, we're cruel. Yeah. I do hope Sonny Baker comes back, and he looks like he's got a fairly amenable sort of temperament. He doesn't seem to be certainly not showing it on the outside.
I'd have a little word with him, and I'd go, "You've got to lose that little hop, skip, and jump at the beginning of your run."
Oh, don't mess with the bloke's run up, mate.
Well, it's not really part of the run up. Even it's totally incidental to the actual run and delivery.
But
there's no logic for it, I don't think.
I don't.
Few bowlers over the year have had a funny little idiosyncrasy at the start of their run,
Yes.
as if Mizzou.
Well, no one would notice it if he wasn't going regularly for a 17 or 18.
Well, that's true. That's true. Right, we've got a couple of more tweets. Rhubarb WD says, this is the 9th time a side has registered under 160 batting first in a T20 international at Malahide. Of the previous 8, only Hong Kong have managed to successfully defend their total. That's 129 against Ireland in 2015.
I can tell you 5 out of 23 at Malahide have either not been concluded or not started at all.
I can also tell you that when Rhubarb came up with that incredible fact that poor old Tony here was seething.
Was I?
With
Why?
Because he's got a stat that you hadn't got.
Oh, well, delighted for those.
I'm joking, of course. Leah, back to the food.
Oh, we're getting
talk.
the mustard sauce up.
I was talking about the mustard sauce.
Yes, that's what we
I made a roux. Deglaced with white wine, added stock, cooked with a bay leaf, and used 2 kinds of mustard. One a Dijon.
Perfect.
And a touch of a Bavarian sweet mustard.
Bavarian sweet mustard.
Yeah, I don't quite know what that is, but that sounds pretty good to me.
There seems to be a little fire going on there at Malahide.
Is that?
It's the creperie.
The crepery's going up in smoke.
Presumably, but there is a bit of a concern.
No more crepes today. Now,
crepes today, my love has gone away.
Hang on, is there some activity on those covers? I think it may have. I think Messi might just be saving his bacon here.
People 7 minutes.
And might be ahead of the game. She goes on to say, it gives a thick sauce that is excellent with eggs, and of course you have potatoes with that. It's Germany after all.
Oh yes, indeed.
Rhubarb comes back and says English mustard defeats anything German. What about German rhubarb? Does that defeat English rhubarb?
It depends what you're having. I mean, I'm a huge fan of English mustard, and I wouldn't have anything else ever with a good Cumberland sausage. But then a lot of things benefit from Dijon mustard, which I'm also a huge fan of. Possibly because there's rather more wine in it.
About the only interesting town in the whole of the middle of France. Well,
so it's the capital city of Burgundy, isn't it? Dijon, if I'm right, or the main.
When you're going along the massive Centrale, and it's just all flat and boring. There's a car factory, and then suddenly Dijon appears from nowhere. If you're on a train in the middle of France, it's lovely.
I've got a lovely bunch of... No, I haven't got a lovely bunch of coconuts. I've got a lovely...
don't be shy.
Cafe owner just across the road from me. I mean, I'll give it a talk up. Just if you're ever in South Wimbledon, go into Blissful Corner and see Renata. She's really, really lovely, hard-working one. Very, very nice.
Does she still work with Renee, or is she in there on her own?
Does
she save her love for you?
I don't think so. But what I was quite entertained because she keeps changing the menu of things that she's had. She sort of built it up over the last few months. So initially there were sort of handwritten things, and then it developed a little bit. But she's got a breakfast up there, which a fry up that includes Cumberland sausage.
Ooh, Cumberland.
Yes, a joke. She obviously makes Cumberland sausage, which I think might be a sort of acquired taste, a Cumberland sausage. I don't know what you think.
Marnie's Village Inn.
Pardon?
Marnie's Village Inn. Probably, I'm thinking roundabout in my parts, that's your best Cumberland sausage sandwich you could find. Do a pretty good one in the Foley, but if you had to weigh the Foley's Cumberland sausage sandwich, it's be somewhat overpriced. Marnie's, you get more sausage, more body to it.
We've got a ninja with us. You got any sausage insights, a ninja?
I was just, as I was listening to your conversation, I was thinking of, yes, Prime Minister. How much meat is there in the English sausage?
Oh, yes. Well, that would have been a sort of European thing in the 70s,
sausage
wasn't it?
anglaise.
Yes.
Is what they agreed to call it.
Have you got a favourite sausage? Anyone got a favourite sausage?
Yes, well, all I can say is I was round with friends on Friday. We got some pizzas in for the footy final, and some other people were saying, "Oh, don't worry about saving me from pizzas. We're having some sausage soup at home before we set out.
Sausage soup? Is that with bits of sausage in it, or just...
No,
I would imagine so.
We seem to have gone to highlights of Sri Lanka and whoever they were playing here.
Oh, I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, we have...
Bangladesh.
We've gone to...
Bangladesh won that, didn't they?
Gone backwards.
This is an ODI. I'm guessing that it means that there's going to be a delay of 20 minutes or so, something like that.
So you asked me about my favourite sausage.
Yes, your favourite sausage.
The Nuremberger.
Nuremberg.
I love them.
Is that right?
I love those.
That's one we could all rally behind.
Yeah. Oh dear. Unfortunately, he's here all day.
Fortunately for you, I'm driving you home.
Oh, well, that's true.
A film called Nuremberg, in which Russell Crowe plays Hermann Goering.
Yes, he does.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely right.
Now we have some more food-related contributions from our listeners. Chief Wardo, which I misread as Chief Weirdo, says Bavarian sweet mustard is the compulsory mustard for Weibwurst, isn't it? Is that right? I hope I've read that right.
Because I guess it would taste. The white sausage would taste like something if you put Bavarian sweet mustard on it.
Oh, indeed. Be like.
Otherwise, it tastes like, I don't know, English food.
Would it be like a sausage with a bit of Black Forest Gatto?
Slightly disparaging the way you said that.
There was a German bar.
I mean, the two words are contradictory in terms of.
It's an oxymoron.
Yeah, it is an oxymoron. Yeah.
And Indo, there was a German bar on the harbour front in Singapore.
That's right.
Now, what was that called? I used to go there a lot because it was near my office.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't think it's
something
there
with
anymore.
B. Something with B.
Something beginning with B. I spy with my little eye. Which
Bratwurst.
Something.
Oh, was it just called Bratwurst?
No, it's not called Bratwurst.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't called Bratwurst. That's the first thing with B.
Well, absolutely.
Was it the Bishop and the Bear?
Brauhaus.
Brauhaus, yeah. Brauhaus is still there.
Brauhaus. Okay. Leah
rather overlooked School of Architecture, Brauhaus.
Yes.
Leah confirms that Bavarian sweet mustard is indeed the compulsory mustard for Weibwurst. JB says 2 discoveries last year: mustard and potatoes. The other was Bellini's with horseradish. Horseradish sauce. I do not like that at all.
I love
really?
With roast beef.
Bellini's
no,
with horseradish.
doesn't work for me at all. Kieran Roseblade takes issue with you, Forty. Says, "Get out, Forty. What about Bourges? What about Bourges or the Air du Centre France?"
Oh, okay. Places in the middle of France that are somewhat quite interesting. Maybe.
Rhubarb says, "You discovered potatoes? I hope you brought them back from the New World for Europeans to enjoy for centuries to come."
That's Walter Raleigh, wasn't it?
It was
allegedly discovered
it. Now, if I was to say to you, amidst a protracted discussion about sausages, who you would most expect to turn up?
Mutters.
Who would it be?
Got to be Mutters, hasn't it?
It is indeed Mutters.
Had to be.
And he says, "Did somebody say sausages?" Well, more than say sausages. I did a sausage. I did a sausage and cheese soup. It was epic, he says. Sausage soup has to be a euphemism, says Kieran. Leah says, reminds me of the Class 3 pub in Finland. They serve Class 3 beer, which is the 5 to 6% stuff, and the Class 3 sausage, which contains up to 30% sawdust.
It's like a hamster cage.
Hope you enjoyed it, Leah.
This is getting more sausagey by the minute. Chief Wardo says, yes, Nuremberger rost bratwurst is delicious. And JB says, venison sausages are an acquired taste. Forces out before attempting. I haven't got to that point yet, but I suppose it's coming, isn't it? Yeah, so we're seeing Sri Lanka versus someone, Bangladesh, in front of absolutely nobody. Oh no, there's a couple of people. I mean,
where
the
are
thing
they
is,
playing? I mean, I think they're probably playing in Sri Lanka or something. I don't know. Where is this?
I think this must
this
be
is
a.
not
This
even
is
the
not
Asia
Ireland
Cup.
because it's
No, I don't. I think
When-
this. I don't think this is live. I don't think this is live.
no, it's not live.
When I worked on Don Smallgoods, which is Australian speak for sausage makers, a client of ours, they did Frankfurt, all those sort of things. They were very proud to introduce us to people who took a degree in making sausages, and their name was Fleischmeister.
Fleischmeisters.
Masters of flesh.
Why
Yes.
not?
Fleisch as in
We
flesh.
found very difficult to keep a straight face whenever we were talking about Fleischmeisters. Unfortunately, rather schoolboyish.
Muttley comes back and
Well,
says, "Sorry, Muttley says this is the best stream ever." I had Burwurst the other day from the deli in the food hall at the garden centre. There you go. And Shelley comes on and says, "I just had some Wars now at lunch." This was yesterday. Bangladesh won by 4 wickets. Oh, spoiler alert!
that's what I
Spoiler
thought.
alert!
No, it can't be yesterday. I mean, the Asia Cup is a T20 tournament.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh, it's not the Asia Cup.
That's
No.
what I thought. And
Yeah, it's
that
not the
doesn't
Asia
look
Cup.
like anywhere in the Middle East, does it?
No, it's not. It's
there's
not.
only
But
really
I
3
mean,
grounds.
strangely enough, I mean, or is it TNT that's got the Asia Cup? That's possibly.
I think.
No, we're watching on TNT. Who's got the Asia Cup then? Is it Sky or TNT? Because if it was TNT, they could switch over to that, couldn't they? Because that's just getting underway.
Not yet.
Well, actually, we'll give you an update on that.
Yeah, actually, that's right.
3:30, isn't it? 3:30 start.
India, Pakistan.
Yeah.
India, Pakistan. Should
Yeah.
be getting
Well,
on.
I'll give you a full update on that if you keep going, and I'll let you know.
Um,
India have won the toss and chose to field, and
Okay.
after 1 ball, Pakistan have
none
smashed
for
their
none.
way to none for no wicket.
JB says, "Will you at Gorilla follow the Ashes? Are sausages a favourite form of nutrition for us?
Yes.
Do bears go into the woods and do things?
Every
Yes.
ball through the English night.
Well, actually,
We will be with you.
to be honest, Tony, I'm not sure that you can categorically say every ball on the basis that some people will possibly be asleep
Oh, but others
in
will
their
be taking their
commentary
place.
stint.
But others will be. Yeah.
It's happened before.
We may not describe every ball.
Yes,
It's more-
that's. We may be physically present for every ball.
In my time,
So-
I've
so-
fallen asleep once.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm thinking more of Josh in the was it 2017 series where he imbibed too much of the red wine at 4 o'clock in the morning, which is not
We
to be
always,
advised.
T20. I fell asleep in a
When
T20.
we used to when we used to do focus groups, we always said that every so often we told young researchers you'll find one of the respondents nods off, and we told them how to fall asleep. What I didn't expect was for the moderator himself to nod off during a group when he was conducting on plumbing insurance, and we always said that just goes to show how dull plumbing insurance is. The person who was running the group fell asleep.
Well, if you recall, what was your wonderful podcast that wasn't Sombrero Fallout, Forty?
Vinyl Maelstrom.
Vinyl Maelstrom. When I was on it, we were talking about Sleepy John Estes, weren't we? Who had a form
yes.
of narcolepsy and would quite apparently habitually kind of nod off during his own numbers, but rarely, always managed to pick up the beat when he woke up again. Yeah. Hence the name Sleepy John Estes.
I'm one of those people who really like to have narcolepsy. Now we're just getting some information. Oh, I say, it's not just rain. Ireland v England is currently delayed due to adverse weather. Sounds like a cyclone or a hurricane's coming in or something, rather than just rain. Kieran says, "I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but back when I was a pig farmer, we made our own award-winning sausage with honey mustard." Hang on, I don't think I've ever met a pig farmer before. I'm not sure. Were you really a pig farmer? I don't know. They should be the Grandmeister Fleisch, or however it should be spelt, says Will. Rhubarb WT spelt it correctly for him. So yeah, we're just delayed at the moment.
Well, I can tell you.
So in the India-Pakistan match, Pakistan has not let Sayyid Ayub open for the first time in 5 matches because he got out for 0 the previous 4 times.
Four ducks in a row.
Delivery.
4 ducks in a row. Isn't that something from bingo?
Two ducks
I was
on
very
a- that's
surprised
two
to
ducks
see
on a
that the whole
pond. 22.
bunch of people with 4 and 5 ducks in a row.
3:30. The Ireland update.
Yes.
Was the sun's out, the covers are off, or the covers are coming off, and it won't take very long. Adverse weather sounds unnecessarily dramatic.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Describe basically a light flurry of rain.
Maybe Messi got onto them and said, "Make it sound worse than it is."
yeah.
Here he is.
Is he?
Yeah,
Here he
you
is.
said I had till 3:30 for it to clear up, and it did clear up by 3:30.
No, sorry. No, you said 10 minutes, and that would have taken us to 3:19. So I'm afraid you were a minute out.
No,
Messi.
that wasn't 3:19. I had till 3:29.
Yeah. And then at 3:30, apparently, the covers
I'll
came.
edit that. I'm sorry about that.
Messi is rather like a genie in a bottle. That you've just got to say 3 magic words,
And he pops
then
up.
he will materialise himself to grant you
Mr. Ben.
unfortunately not to grant a wish. As
funny
far
you
as I know.
It's funny you say that, Mr. Ben. I know
were
that's not
talking
you
about it
know.
with the
We
car.
were talking about that in the car because I was talking about Hillary Benn came on the TV the other night, Northern Ireland Secretary talking, and my Mrs. Hendo said, "Is he related to Anthony Wedgwood?" And I said, "Yeah, he's his son." And then I said, that was a joke. I said, "No, he's the son of Mr. Ben," and she didn't know who Mr. Ben was. I was just thought,
Well, exactly.
incredible.
Shocking, isn't it?
Oh, Kieran Roseblade says it's all true, lads. I was a pig farmer then. So the thing is, with pig farmers, I automatically associate pig farmers with Italian mobsters and feeding informers.
Yeah, because they don't leave anything. They leave no trace.
They leave no trace. Yeah.
leave
So,
literally
Kieran, are you a member of the mob as well? That's the other question.
I was at university with Piers Ben, who was the nephew of Tony Benn. I have to say, he was not particularly popular character, but I've just looked him up, and he turns out he's a British philosopher now.
There you go.
And book ethics is a textbook for undergraduate courses. So there you go.
And now, especially, I don't know if Woy Woy Pom's listening, but I'm going to tell you a story that I've told you many times before, but undoubtedly most of you weren't really listening. But it was 2003. It's coming back from. I've been to Guernsey, got on the train at Poole to get back to Waterloo after getting the ferry,
yeah.
and it was the Labour Party conference down in Bournemouth. And we came through Bournemouth, and who should get on in our quite sparsely populated carriage other than Tony Benn? And he and of course a lot of young sort of impressionable Labour supporters got on, and they were just enthralled to him. It was like watching a guru. They were just hanging on his every word, and we were sort of like 30 seats away from him, but we could hear his voice, because he had a very strong speaking voice, and it was quite beautiful to behold. Really, it was a lovely moment or two, more than a moment. Let's have a look. Muttley says, Kieran Roseblade, I had honey mustard sausages recently from the aforementioned deli. Leah says, I love how the English always get the EI order wrong. Example, Scheissbefehl is an order, I think, is an order to shoot, and a Scheibefehl is either a shitty order or an order to take a dump. Okay. Moving swiftly on.
Easily confused.
We've gone from sausages to the Italian mob and the mafia, and then now to bathroom habits. But there you go. We should get some cricket fairly soon. Who's on straight after the break?
I am.
Good.
Is on
Oh,
Anindo is, and I think I'm on socials.
okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I think I'm going to take a little bit of a break. Actually, is that all right with you, Tony? Can you take the take the controls? Keep these renegades in order.
That's the controls for the heart of Lewisham.
Set the controls to the heart of something. Claygate Royal sausages are my favourites, probably one of my favourites, which you can get from the Game Larder in Claygate High Street. And they are fabulous. I'm not quite sure what goes into them, but they always make it to my summer barbecues.
Nice. When I was working on Don Smallgood's manufacturer of sausages, we were invited to have a trip around the factory, and I took about 5 yards inside. The smell and the pools of blood and offal everywhere were so overwhelming I had to turn round and go and sit outside with my head between my legs. So I didn't feel very manly.
Can you do the screen, Hendo? Thank you. Sorry, we're just organising.
No, please. The screens are important.
So that our adoring public is able to see all of us.
Yes, indeed.
In fact, an index just disappeared altogether.
We don't know exactly when we're going to be back on air if you're tuning in, but hopefully not too long. The last report was favourable.
Let me give you the latest weather update. I got distracted by trying to look at the exact ingredients of a Claygate Royal sausage. Right, we have a restart imminent.
What's that mean?
It means it's going to be very soon.
Could mean a few things.
Imminent. Right, here we go. We have a restart. We will be back on at 3:50.
Oh,
with
okay.
No loss of overs. So there you go. Back on at 3:50. That is in about 9 minutes from now, and no loss of overs.
Somewhere in West Australia, a man is looking very smug and happy with himself, I imagine.
You never
Told
know.
you it was a passing shower.
You never know. What's happened, Hendo?
It's all gone wrong with the words I heard.
Hold on. Well, I don't want to leave Forthy on his own. Come and
No,
talk
you
to
can do.
Forthy.
It's all right. I don't mind.
Are you happy to do a monologue?
Yeah, just give me a subject and I'll
All right.
start talking.
Sonny Baker, and what would you say to him if you're his mum?
Oh yes, well I do feel very sorry for Sonny Baker. You know, whenever I was a coach myself, and parents used to get terribly worked up and uptight about the fact that their children were losing the match or something. I said, have a look at the other team. They're winning. They're winning the match, and they're happy to accept that there are winners and losers in life. Sonny Baker is going to have to be very philosophical. What I will say is, I did read a very funny thing this morning, and I can quote it. It did appear in The Guardian, but it said, Baker is an upbeat character and likes to keep notes on his bowling plans, listing down round dimensions, different grips, analysis on batters. I try to be objective when I'm doing reviews, and I don't mind being detail-oriented, he said. Harry Brook was chatting to me after that and said, what did you write down in your notebook after that game? I just said, shit happens.
Yeah, well, that's,
today.
Sense of humour. I mean, he's starting out in his career. We don't know how far that career will go. It's as people have said, people have come back from difficult starts, and of course we're talking about one-day cricket here, various forms of white ball cricket, and the talk was that he bowled. He gets the ball to move, but we haven't seen much evidence of it in these two games. But did he not get rid of? I think he got rid of Root caught behind in the 100. I think he had Root caught behind very early on.
Right.
For the Manchester Originals against whoever it was that Joe was playing for. I think it's the Trent something or others.
I always think these players have got some credentials. They must have, or they wouldn't have made it this far. I remember reading Fever Pitch in their Cornby book, and poor old Gus Caesar, he was a player who played for us, and he came totally unstuck. It looked terrible. The crowd got on his back. But Nick Hornby was saying, Gus Caesar must have been the best player at primary school, the best player at secondary school. He must have thought he was a brilliant footballer. And then it's all context, isn't it? Sonny Baker was almost certainly the best player at his school, probably primary and secondary. And now he's probably feeling very insignificant, which is a shame.
Yeah, but I think, in a way, especially if you develop physically in any sort of sport, you develop early, you can appear to be better than you are. I mean, I played cricket with guys. I mean, I didn't really shoot up at all in terms of height. It just was a sort of incremental, slow advance to 5'8". Whereas, I played with sort of 13 and 14-year-olds who were already 6-footers, you know, and could hit the ball a long way at that age. And then maybe when they, you know, perhaps because they rely, if you're talking cricket in particular, perhaps because they rely on their strength to overpower their peer group, as it were, that when they then move into sort of higher level cricket with men, experienced bowlers, or whatever, if you want to say bowlers, and divided between bowlers and batsmen, you know, it just becomes much more difficult for them. And
it does. I mean, I remember reading Mike Atherton, slightly the other side of the coin. Mike Atherton was playing with men when he was about 12 or something, because he was obviously a bit of a prodigy.
Yeah.
But he wasn't particularly big or tall or strong or anything like that. So he just got into the habit of using the pace of the ball.
Yeah.
And he would open up the face of the bat, because that's all he could do really at the age of 12, and became very good at it. And he said, in a way, he slightly regrets, you know, being a bit of a prodigy, because he found it very hard to lose that style when he became older and bigger and stronger.
Yes, absolutely. You know, there are various players like that, aren't there?
The only one who managed to keep it the same way was Sachin Tendulkar, because he remained the same size from when he was 12 until now.
That's a good point, actually, isn't it? Yeah.
He'd peaked early, but at about 5 foot, 4, 5.
But he must have been a prodigy, presumably, Tendulkar, at a very young age. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was. I mean, when he put on the world record opening stand in cricket was, I don't know, it was 650.
Was that with Cambley?
Loss or whatever. Sorry.
Was that with Vinod Cambley?
If it was with Vinod Cambley, indeed.
Yeah.
I think they were both 13 or something.
Right. But then look at Vinod Cambley.
The funny thing there is, I mean, completely disconnected with this conversation on heights, but the guy who was coming in at number 3 in that school's match was a guy called Amol Mazumdar, who then, you know, became captain of the Bombay Ranji Trophy team. He's got a record as one of India's best first-class batsmen, and he never got to play Test cricket.
Oh my goodness, that's incredible. That's a mad story, isn't it? Because you know, imagine batting at number 3 and you're sitting there till some.
And he sat there with the pad. I mean, the story goes, he sat there with his pad on.
Oh God! Time. Oh my goodness me! Mind you, I imagine that certainly Cambley would have scored quite quickly. Yeah, but
I think we're getting some bad news from Ireland.
I think we are.
The cover's coming back out.
Yeah, it's looking that way.
Pakistan's 1 down in the meantime.
Oh right, okay, yeah, the covers are back on.
2.3 overs, 21 for 1.
Where's Messi Jez? He's definitely struck out this time.
Messi.
So here's the question, Indo, just before I pop off and let Tony back in. Cambley, I mean, he did have a bit of a career, didn't he? But he didn't.
Oh yeah.
He didn't last, really, did he?
No, he got into a drinking problem. He got into the wrong company. I mean, it's one of those when you have a lot of success as a very young kid.
Yeah.
And you know, he comes from a very poor background, and he just couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle the fame. He couldn't handle the money. Recently, I mean, he's had drug addiction. Recently, he was in, I think, rehab again, and he had no money, and so Tendulkar and a whole bunch of other people bailed him out.
Oh God, that's a really sad story. I didn't realise that. I didn't know that about him.
And his average, if you look at it for the time that he played, was above 60 or something.
Yeah, that's a real
incredibly
shame.
talented batsman. Yeah.
And that was I would say that was in a time where, okay, cricket was big in India, obviously, but it wasn't quite as sort of the centre of things. I mean, it's always been the centre of things, I suppose.
Yeah, it's just mid 90s, you know, the 90s basically.
But you know, it's before the days of the IPL, which has, you know, brought in these huge numbers.
It's before the IPL and before 2001 when you know, the Calcutta Test happened, which really was the turning point.
Yeah.
For Test cricket in India. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll let Tony back in, and Forthy can do another quick monologue if you don't mind.
I'm very, very happy to, but we've got a ninja here on this occasion.
Yeah. Oh, you've got 2 people. You can talk to each other. Okay.
We can dialogue. It's a bit like when Aeschylus, who only had 1 actor on stage, they couldn't have dialogues, suddenly Sophocles introduced the idea of a second actor. So for the first time, we could have dialogue on stage.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And then Euripides introduced the third actor. So we went from protagonist to a deuteragonist to a tritagonist. It doesn't seem like the most incredible invention. You would have thought, why don't we just put someone else on stage for him to talk to? But apparently they hadn't thought of it before. They just had choruses up until that point and one actor.
But there's so many things we think of as obvious now, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yes. Well, they didn't know what theatre was. Well, they did, but they just had a different concept of it to start with. And I suppose the chorus turned into opera eventually, and that they did a lot of dancing in the early days.
I think they went a bit too far with that one.
Yes.
The opera.
And the dancing turned into ballet. So you could say that the Greek plays were the sort of the ancestors of three very different art forms, you might say. Anyway, there's a little monologue.
And then the Greeks thought they could rest for the next 5,000 years.
Well, 2,500 years, yes. They took their foot off.
They got another 2.5 to go.
Right, okay, yes. So you see that as the time span. There'll be top dogs again in 4,500.
Let's get a bit of rest.
Yeah, let's just hang
We've
around.
We've done enough for civilization.
Do you not think it's a bit annoying not to know what the future is going to be? I was thinking, I wonder how it's all going to turn out, but we'll never know.
Pirate Badshaw gives us an update. It's nice and sunny, 5 kilometres to the west of Malahide. And
that doesn't help, does it?
Well, then, unless they suddenly shift the wicket 5 kilometres. But I think the implication is that the better weather is making its way
is on its way
towards the village. Where are you in the village? Who are you? The new number 2. JB wants to know what number was Jordan Cox batting. I think he was down at 4, and he's fit apparently to bat as and when. So he should be all fine there. Rhubarb wanted to know, how does one say shit happens in German? So obviously Leah was the one most equipped to inform him, which is Scheisse passet, which is possibly not that surprising, really. And Indo, do you want to give us an update from is it Abu Dhabi they're playing today? I think you've been asked to actually move from their usual Dubai base.
One of the matches in Abu Dhabi, either the previous one they were playing against Oman or this one.
It might have been the Oman game. Yeah,
I'm not very sure. 1.5 hours to travel. That must be very tough.
Speaking of which, Oman fell away horribly at the end, but for a while they
were playing very well.
Looked like they might be in the game, didn't they?
They really were playing well, and Pakistan's batting very well. I think in 3 overs they're like 30 or something for 1.
They're 30 for 1. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
They lost.
And Sayyam Ayub has actually scored runs.
He is. Well, he's got 4.
He's not had his 5th duck in a row.
He's got 4 so far off 3. The other not-out batsman is Sabizada Farhan, who's on 10 off 8, 30 for 1 off 3.2, which is not so bad, I suppose. What should we talk about anyway? I interrupted to try and give you a weather update.
Sorry. No. There was I was just reading. Surya Kumar Yadav is the captain of this Indian the T20 team, and as Cricinfo was describing it, his press conferences are like stand-up comedy, because he just stands up there, doesn't answer any question, just makes jokes all the time and goes away saying exactly what he wanted to say. So he's obviously been either trained well or he's really good at what he does.
How seriously do India take the Asia Cup? Is it a big deal, a medium-sized deal, or just something they have to do?
They want to win it. It's a tournament to win. But other than that, I guess this one was a difficult one actually, because the fans didn't want India playing Pakistan. I think the BCCI had no choice because it's an ICC tournament. So then there's this whole controversy going on about the Indian players refusing to shake hands with the Pakistanis, which I honestly don't think it's a big deal because it's just there's so much bad blood going on right now that's the least of anyone's worries.
But also Richard Pybus had instructed them at the toss not to shake hands as well.
No, that not Richard Pybus. I think it was it was a South African. I can't remember which. It's not Mike Proctor. It's somebody else. But it had instructed only because he was asked to do that by the Dubai ground manager.
He did have to defend
presumably
himself quite stoutly.
Yeah, and then the Pakistanis, of course, in typically Pakistani style, recorded the meeting with the umpire, with him, which they were not supposed to do, and then because the ICC did not allow them to do audio, so they did only video. And then they just made up stuff which didn't happen in the meeting, including the fact that the third umpire apologized, which he didn't. He just said it's miscommunication. Basically, he put out a press statement saying he's apologized to Pakistan. It's just a bloody circus.
Well, we're still getting the message scrolling across our screens saying it's that England and Ireland, or Ireland and England, is delayed due to adverse weather, which really does give you the impression.
I guess TND is not used to cricket, so
it's.
I saw another message saying that the outfield is wet on Cricinfo, and that's the problem now.
Well, that could well be the case. Let's have a little look.
Apparently, it's wet near a tree somewhere, which is outside the boundary line. I don't know how that matters.
Well, health and safety nowadays in India, you cannot be too careful.
Okay, the sun is back out, and a 4:10 resumption might be feasible. That is 10 minutes from now. In fact, that has now been made official. Assuming it doesn't rain again, we will be back on in 10 minutes.
So is health and safety in Australia do they go overboard just like England does?
Regarding the Ashes?
No, the health and safety.
Oh, health and safety? Yeah, it's pretty much it. I mean, you'll hear the word nanny state bandied around quite a lot these days. It's a funny place, Australia, because at the one time, on the one hand, you've got the informal she'll be all right attitude which is supposed to permeate society, and let's not get too worked up about things. But in fact, it's no drama, no worries, and all of that. But in fact, it's wrapped up generally in more red tape than certainly the UK, and certainly since Thatcher sort of so-called liberated it from all of those, all those stipulations around business. So Australia kept many of those, but that actually worked in Australia's favour in the GFC, because it had been very prudent in who it lent money to because of all the red tape and the so-called nanny state stuff. So it actually sort of dodged a bullet when most of the rest of the world were going through bad times during sort of 2007 to 2010. So there we are.
Can I put in a word here?
Yes, please do.
It's having worked for a large part of my life in occupational health and safety.
We can't see you. I mean, at least I can't see you.
I can come on. It's an area where it's very easy to talk about, excessive regulation. It's also an area where a massive number of people have been very badly injured or killed as a result of poor health and safety practices. And the truth is that changing the laws has massively changed that. And people complain about it, particularly employers, because they don't like being regulated. But the truth is, it's changed the safety for an awful lot of people in a really good way. I get a little tired of hearing people complaining about it, because it's actually really important.
I totally agree with you. I mean, I saw a stat, and you can probably confirm this, Messi, that if you worked in construction 100 years ago, you basically had a 15% chance by the end of your working career of either being killed or at best being very seriously injured, which is a terrible statistic. So I think
it's horrendous.
But, I just had these experiences when I used to live in England about people not doing stuff they were supposed to, and then just saying health and safety, and which had nothing to do with health and safety. But the moment they said that, you could do nothing about it.
there's a cohort of people who are what you would call jobsworths. People just love telling other people what to do and finding whatever excuse they can for it. And I think England's got that particularly badly in some places. And I don't think there's any doubt that there are people who just abuse their so-called authority in an unhealthy way.
I remember when Trump was doing one of his campaigns and he was saying, well, we really need to cut all the red tape in the medical industry. And I was thinking, yeah, sure, so we can rush drugs which haven't been properly tested in the market, which are going to kill or maim vast numbers of people. The one place you cannot, cut corners is in testing of
This is a man who recommended we all drink bleach, of course, during COVID.
Yes,
so
that's right.
You have to take it with a pinch of salt. Some messages.
The bleach might taste better with it.
With a pinch of salt, bleach. Yes, well, we'll get Leah on that. Bleach with a little bit of salt, Leah, do you think?
Yes, Rhubarb WD picked up on my prisoner reference. I'm not a number, I'm a free middle order batter, apropos of Jordan Cox. Pirate Badshah, the tree, which is the tree in Malahide, overshadows the field. The shade means it takes longer for that patch to dry. That would make sense. Both Tyne and Weir football clubs grabbed a result, says Rhubarb. Pirate Badshah says, and for the record, it's a 300-year-old oak. It is protected by Harry the Protector, I presume. Which would be a great name for a king, wouldn't it? In fact, Harry the Protector. King Harry the Protector. Rhubarb WD, can you move the sun, Pirate? That, I believe, is in response to Pirate Badshah saying it's 5 miles away, and it sounds like it's on its way back to Malahide. And we, have I said, should have a start in 5 minutes. Rhubarb says, in Britain we're always chopping down trees these days. Health and safety gone mad, I tell you. JB, I'm all for it personally. We're all worth a mint. Woke medicine, says Rhubarb. That conversation seemed to wander into areas I'm not quite sure who was answering who, but there we go. So if you're England, chaps, do you think it's smash your way to get the job done as fast as possible? You see, I think that might come with some risk, because I really don't think it's the quickest track for to bat on, although it was only a couple of days ago that Butler and Phil Salt were slamming it to all quarters, weren't they?
Has that ever stopped England?
Well, yes. Slow tracks have frequently stopped England in limited overs cricket. They don't do particularly well on them by and large.
And then there's said
that's a different matter.
It hasn't stopped them trying to do it, though.
Yes, exactly.
No. Stop them, but not stop them trying. Yeah, I completely... No, I agree. I'm with you. You do slightly worry that, I mean, no Harry Brook, you've taken Sam Curran out, you've taken Will Jacks out, you've got Jordan Cox, who, yes, we know can hit a very powerful ball and has done for Essex, but certainly doesn't yet have anything like the international pedigree. In fact, fairly poor start to his international career with some low scores, I think in ODIs, wasn't it? Their England game plan relies very heavily on Butler and Salt both coming off. If one, or God forbid two of them don't, I can see Ireland will really feel they're right in the game, if I'm honest.
Well, and that will presumably, looking at the bigger picture, that's a good thing. I'd be quite happy for Ireland to win this match.
Yeah.
Of course.
Between the two, I think now it's 1-1, isn't it? It's 1-1 in terms of T20 results. One rained off. Two rained off. One win for Ireland in that World Cup. In 22.
Famously, yes.
One win for England in Malahide, and then the other two never happened for various reasons. Oh, one rained off completely, and I think one in 2018, 2019 was another complete non-starter, I think.
Well, we'll take your word for it, Tony. You're the man with the stats. You're also the man with the knees. I can see your knees look magnificent from here.
Well,
not under thighs.
Pardon? And my thighs. Well, you're gradually working your way up. Well, actually, you've gone. Keep going.
Settle down.
The rest of you is very far away.
You've gone from my knees to my thighs. We probably want to stop there in the interest of decorum.
The camera angle does not do you.
The camera angle rather makes it look as if you're a massive dwarf.
Yeah, you need to change where the camera
I'll try and
is
sit up a
placed.
bit. We see.
This is
I don't
reminiscent
have.
Yes.
I don't have
It
Samantha.
reminds me of
holding up.
Annie Chave's anatomy lessons. You know, the knee bones connected to the thigh bone. All that.
Oh Lord, Dr. Chave, you really wouldn't want to go to Dr. Chave, would you? Lord knows what she'd prescribe.
That was the
you.
biggest tragedy of the rain out of the last game, actually. You and I and Annie were due to be on together. That's always a laugh.
Yeah, we did. We missed that, I'm afraid. We did rather miss that. But c'est la vie. England have only lost one of their last 6 T20s. That was to South Africa. Ireland, conversely, since beating South Africa, so they have that in common, in 2024. Since then, they've had 3 no results or abandoned and 3 defeats. So they haven't won since that South Africa won a T20 since that South Africa game in 2024, which I think was in Abu Dhabi. So their pedigree of certainly recent form is pretty poor, isn't it?
Yeah, it's. I find it hard to really care about any of the results that aren't in World Cups, to be honest.
You've gone very existential with your cricket, I've noticed, Messi. If nothing really matters. You'll be stop caring about Test matches soon, then the Ashes, and then.
Oh my God!
Nothing will really matter anymore.
Well, I told you that I realised that the last 4 Test series played in England that have been 5 Test series have all been 2-2. That's extraordinary.
Yeah.
Well, that's
so I think the Ashes in Australia are going to be 2-2 as well.
I don't think England have lost a 5 Test match series in England since 2001.
Wow.
I think that may be right, actually. The benefit of English bowlers on English wickets counts for something, just as it does in Australia, and we certainly know it does in India. Yeah. Speaking of which, has an Indo disappeared again?
It looks like it.
He's he's in and out like a fiddler's elbow today. What is he doing?
He's got commitments.
He's got commitments. Well, he shouldn't have. It's quite late at night there. He's back. There we go.
I'm listening to you. I've got my headphones on. Yeah. I just have a couple of things to do around the house. I was just wandering around. It's not like we're getting some cricket.
It's going to be over to 40.
The umpires are coming out, so I'll bugger off because you guys are on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Messi. Thank you to everyone who's been holding the fort. We're all holding the fort here, which is appropriate because Ireland's dotted with forts. And it is in Malahide in Dublin, in Ireland, that we return to see whether Ireland can defend their not unreasonable total of 154 for 8.
And on a slowish pitch.
Yeah. This is definitely going to be an interesting match to see what happens from here on in. Yes, and very good points. Yeah, it's probably going to slow outfield will not suit England's style unless they just continually clear the ropes, I suppose. Having a look at Paul Sterling, who's gathering his men around him, or rather, he's just sort of having a bit of a chat with one of his players. What do you reckon, Ninja? What's got any thoughts about percentage chances here?
Well, I mean, you have to give England a higher percentage chance. It's not the highest total. England's a far more accomplished team. Doesn't have some of its players, but with Butler and Salt going, hammer and tong, if they do, which I think they will. I think you've got to give England over a 60% chance of winning this.
Yeah, I'd go along with that. Here's Phil Salt.
Get up on the salt, yeah, Phil is here. Want you to push it good into the offside. Scores runs around the park. There's no way you can hide. Push it. Salt, yeah, Phil is here.
He's opening with
Prior ain't no loss, 'cause we found someone subtler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Joss Butler. Just because he is Joss Butler. 1 S and 2 T's. Joss Butler.
So are you being
A little bit of
self-timed?
thinking outside the box, starting with the spinner of Matthew Humphries.
They're going to slow it down as much as they can, I think.
Makes sense. Yes, always expect the unexpected. Phil Salt's going to be on strike. Humphries to the wicket now. Left armour, he drags that one down a bit, but Salt early on isn't going to risk too much, just plays it out into the side. Dot ball. The Wasp is 81% for England. A little bit more in England's favour than our guerrilla cricket experts here, putting it more around 60. Humphries in again. And that one turned, but Salt definitely played and missed at that one. Keeper whipped off the bails, but no suggestion that he'd raised his back foot.
The keeper's very good. I like him. He's very fast.
Yeah, that was good work. Salt facing up again. And that one's given a little more air, and that's aimed in the general direction of mid-on, but doesn't go all the way, so Salt slightly got away with that one. When I was seeing Adair earlier, he looks rather like Phil Salt. It's rather like one of those Shakespearean dramas where one actor has to play 2 characters. So anyway, sorry, a whimsical moment from me there. Oh, and that's launched by Salt over the infield. That'll go all the way for the first one of these.
Yes, here. I was just looking for Mr. Humphries' jingle, but I don't think it's there.
It wasn't free at the time. Okay, so I think we've hammered that one today.
We have, probably. Just as well they don't have a peacock or a slocum playing. Peacock or a captain. It's Captain Peacock, wasn't it? And Mrs.
It was a Gavin.
Mrs. Slocum,
Gavin
yes.
Yes, there's a Gavin
right.
Peacock for
Captain
Newcastle.
Peacock.
Yeah. And that one's fired in at leg stump by Humphries. And it's whipped off his toes by Phil Salt. And there's a little bit of butchering in the field by the man at square leg. They've come back for 2.
To be fair, it went quite a distance from him.
I'm slightly guessing at some of these, as you can tell, because my feet is slightly jerky. So I don't think the fielder was to blame there. To be strictly accurate, last ball of Humphries over. It's gone for 8 so far. Round the wicket. And Salt absolutely belts that one. And he's just, I think the bowler in the fielder in the cover's got a hand to it, enough to prevent them getting any more than, I think they're going to trot it back for 2. First over's gone for 10. Salt's got all of them. Is there anyone with us?
Certainly is. It's our friend Mike, who's in LA. Says, good morning, GCs from LA. Hello
Good
to
morning.
Mr. Love Sponge too, which I now believe to be me, seeing as it only seems to get mentioned every time I'm on. Too big a coincidence. So there we go. I'm at my most adorably absorbent for you today. Pirate Badshah. 40, there's a lovely Martello Tower, a few kilometres to the southeast of Malahide.
Yes.
So there you go.
If I might come in on the Martello Tower, I believe that is the one that's featured in the first chapter of Ulysses by James Joyce, which is because I think the central character is staying in that very Martello Tower, and it plays a prominent part.
Here's the new bowler.
Experience with gorillas was enough to make him decide to work really hard.
It's McCarthy. He's into Salt, who just defends that one first up. His name's McCarthy, Mary McCarthy. Yes, so if any of our eagle-eyed or more literary listeners or viewers or readers want to confirm or otherwise that is the first chapter of Ulysses, and I'm not misremembering. Okay, McCarthy, he's into Butler. bustling in.
He's
toss.
What a
and
catch.
It's been taken. An absolute leaping salmon in the covers. And England, is this the beginning of England's nightmare? Butler has gone.
That was an excellent catch.
What a catch that was. What a catch.
Why is Butler hanging around?
Well, he's asking to double check, presumably whether he grasped it as he came back down to earth again. I don't think there's any suggestion of that. We're about to find out.
Your two umpires are umpire Seeker, 49 of Dublin, and Mark Hawthorne, who's 63 from Belfast. So it's not hard to tell which one's which, I think.
Well, I'm 63 as well, so I feel that.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
I feel that maybe I should be umpiring still as the professional.
Yeah. I thought it looked like as clean a grab as you'll ever get from Curtis Campher. But he did have to scoop it rather as he dived to his right.
He dived to his right and he put one hand underneath him, and it was a one.
Yeah,
hand
that's what I thought.
That's a catch. That's
it
out.
looks fine, doesn't it? It looks absolutely.
Yes,
fine.
it looks absolutely fine. I mean, I don't see what could possibly be the problem.
Yep.
That went straight into his hand.
100%.
It
That's
did.
out.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, sometimes
Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle.
it all
But
happened
that's
so
going to be
fast.
given out, that's for sure.
A little bounce into the palm, but not on this occasion.
I think when Butler saw the replay, he just walked off.
Yeah, I think he will have done. Well, we were saying, were we not? These two have been blasting. They've been the rock upon which England have built recent good performances. And what would happen if one of them fails? Well, one of them has failed today.
We'll find out.
So
Yes.
we will find out.
But who else steps up? Curtis Campher, friend of the show, friend of the.
Well, you see, he didn't
cricket.
drop his Guinness, and he didn't drop that catch.
That was a magnificent catch, actually, because not only was it low down, it was going not exactly like a tracer bullet, but not far off.
No, he did really belt it, and there's a real technique just to be able to do that, to dive forward and to one side, whilst also making sure your hand is knuckles firmly on the grass, so that the ball, does go straight into them. That takes some doing.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, some catches are lauded, and really they should be taken. They look a little spectacular, ones for the cameras, but that was genuinely a brilliant catch.
It's good judgment as well.
He put his hand there and waited for the ball to enter it, didn't he? He didn't. So his hand was.
Isn't that your friend, Tony?
It is.
Oh. Now you can tell us the rest of the story. Now that he's a hero.
Well,
first ball to Jacob Bethel, who is the new batsman. He's played out for a dot. He's going to get jingled.
Jacob Bethel's born in Barbados, now he plays for the English team. They say that he is an all-rounder, but that remains to be seen.
God, at this rate, I'm just going to go straight through and watch the Arsenal match because I'm feeling quite lively now. It's 1:20 in the morning, but I might as well. That's a horrible ball down leg side from McCarthy. That'll be a wide. It was so wide that the umpire actually sort of signalled it twice, but there's no way that the scorer wouldn't have believed that it was a wide. It seems a bit odd. Anyway, there we are.
Right. Ooh.
Well, that could be like Billy Bowden, right? Who's always trying to get attention to himself.
Yes,
which is why he was never a very good umpire. Yeah.
Look at me. And that one comes back at Bethel a little bit. Goes wide of the man at point, and they hurry through for a single. I don't know whether it just came off the pad. No? Yes, I think it was a leg by. It was indeed. The ground reminds me a little bit of Durham, I have to say. I don't know whether either of you would agree with that. Low.
Well, there is a castle in both cases.
There's a castle. There's trees around the ground. It's
possibly the only similarity, if I'm honest. having spent a fair bit of time at Malahide.
Well, I've spent a little time at Durham, not that much. I used to live up in Newcastle. In comes, I haven't spent any time in Malahide, I regret to say. I'd love to. In comes McCarthy again. That's in the slot. smash down to the man at mid-off, who dives successfully and cuts it off. So, because of the wide, we've still got one ball of the over to go.
This is what they conspicuously failed to do, of course, in the first game that wasn't rained off for Ireland. They never really put a lid on England, but so far they seem to be doing a pretty good job of it here.
They do. We're seeing that. It must be about the 15th time we've seen that. Like,
It was good. Still looks good.
Still good the first 10 times. Don't get me wrong. McCarthy in again, and that's it squares up Salt, who manages to get it the way down to the deep square. They'll come through for a single at the end of the second over. 13 for 1 England.
I've got more Martello Tower news for you. The James Joyce, this is from Pirate Badshaw. Martello Tower is in Sandy Cove. That's on the south side. We've loads of Martello Towers around Dublin. Muttley says, when Forthy gets to 64, can we play him when I'm 264 jingle? Ravi, hello Ravi, Natarajan says, Forthy 63, what's your secret? Do you recommend, well he says TRT, I'm wondering if he's thinking HRT. Not sure. Simon Tierney, the Martello Tower in Ulysses, is in Sandy Cove, south of Dublin, not near Malahide. So that's been doubly confirmed. Hello, lovely GC peeps, says Stephen Kelk. Rhubarb says, when are you too old to be called middle-aged? 63 simply is what Lockie says.
80?
Yeah.
Well, I don't feel old, but there again, I'm definitely not middle-aged at 63.
Oh man,
We've got a new bowler. Craig Young is in, and the first ball to Salt is smacked wide of the man's right hand at mid-on. They come through for a single.
Here's Craig.
Craig Young's the dude. A good attitude. A breedy born dude. Looks good in the nude.
I was wrong. Ravi's telling me HRT is for women, which I did know, and TRT is short for testosterone replacement therapy.
Right, okay. Well, I can assure you I've had neither of those. I don't really like sort of things interfering with my body. Yeah, that's pulled by Jacob Bethel and that's gone all the way. Well, not all the way, but all the way along the ground for one of these.
2 + 2 is our member. 2 + 2 is our member.
You rate Bethel a ninja?
Not very high.
No, okay. I know Hendo's a fan, more so than puts him in a good high category. In comes Young again to the controversial Bethel. Pushes that bit wide, gets a big thick inside edge, so it goes the other side of the wicket. One he intended, he hurries through for a single. The score goes up to 9.
I might pick him as a bat, but I wouldn't pick him as a captain, that's for sure.
Oh, there's a captain. I think everyone was a bit surprised by that choice.
I think Hendo's screaming that from the sofa in the what we now call the green area. Since it's not a separate
Is he in
room.
pain?
No. He's just agreeing that possibly Ted Early for Bethel's captaincy.
Oh, definitely for the captaincy. I think we can all agree on that. And that is negotiated out into the offside by Salt, who moves on to unlucky for some 13. It's a pretty full house. They've plugged away through the rain. Just see the odd empty seat, but most people have.
You sound like you're doing commentary on bingo. Full house.
Eyes down for a full house.
Unlucky for some.
Unlucky for some. I suppose Salt has been anything but unlucky recently. He's absolutely ridden his luck. Good luck to him. That's a funny old messy bit of cricket. I'm not talking about our man in WA. I think what happened there, I think Bethel missed the ball, was a bit stunned, saw Phil Salt approaching towards him at a rate of knots and thought, oh shit, I better get up the other end, which he did successfully.
Okay, I'm just going to be back in a minute because my laptop battery is going to go. I need to go and get the...
Right. And as it turned out, he would have been run out had it been a direct hit, which it wasn't. Young in for the last ball of his over. bowling to Phil Salt, who's 13, and just ducks underneath that one. Immediately looks at the square leg umpire and can't believe it, but it has been given as a wide.
It has been given as a wide, yeah, by our 63-year-old chum, Mark Hawthorne. You wouldn't know if he's losing his hair, though, because it's underneath a hat.
I think he wrote that when he was 16, didn't he, Paul McCartney, allegedly?
I think he may have done.
Well, that was well wide. He's now 84 rather than 64, of course, or something around there. He's a national treasure, isn't he? Actually, that's just reverted onto the onside for a quick single. So Phil Salt will keep the strike. The end of the third over. Oh, have we still got one ball to go? No. At the end of the third over, I'll hand over to Tony for messages.
Well, yes. Now, a lot of the chat is about the fact that when, as well as women, do take HRT. That said,
right, okay.
I don't know a lot about our friend Ravi, but I have a feeling he does know his pharmaceuticals in a professional sense, shall we say.
Okay.
But this is why I love being on Guerrilla Cricket. You learn so much.
Well, yes. Presumably women could have TRT as both sexes have both testosterone and estrogen, says Rhubarb WD. So there he is, the voice of reason.
The voice of reason, the voice of Tony, the voice of a ninja, and the voice of myself, Ian Forth, and we are commentating the final knockings of the English season for the 2025 summer. McCarthy in to Salt, whacks it down for a single down to mid-on. He moves on serenely, 15 off 17. There's no great hurry here. It's a reasonably modest total. They just have to make sure that they don't have a clatter of wickets or get way behind on the run rate.
Yes.
Sterlo looks like he's been enjoying quite a few sausages himself over the last few years.
Sterlo is a man who I have seen attack a breakfast buffet, and he does it, shall we say, with a fair degree of relish. And other sauces.
All sorts of relish. In comes McCarthy to Jacob Bethel, and that's it's a wide one, but may not be actually given as a wide. And I think Jacob Bethel is incredulous, but I'm pretty sure that was within the one-day tram lines.
I think so. It was a clever ball, actually.
It was a clever ball. It's not what he was expecting. It was short, but it was sort of short, wide, and shoulder height, but just within the regulations. The Wasp has gone up to 83%. It's nudged forward. Comes McCarthy again. And that's hit down to the man at mid-on, but directly to him, so there's no run. Dot ball.
I do have an interesting question for an Indo. Ravi has been lamenting the lack of your bio on the website because he wants to learn a bit more about each of us. Apart from being an author of renown, a consultant in you have to tell us some interesting facts about yourself and Indo for Ravi's benefit. And you
want to do it after this? Do it after this,
possibly at the end of the over.
Yeah.
Or at the end of the over, whichever you prefer. Right, Bethel's had enough of this. He gets his front leg out of the way and pulls an almighty hit, which goes all along the ground for one of these.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
I could, Ravi, definitely recommend two of an Indo's books. Wizards, Story of Indian Spin Bowling, which is a cracking read. And don't forget, I'm not Indian.
Thank you.
But, as was Spellbinding Spells. So
thank you so much.
You can mention a bit about those in a minute.
Bethel's really got a bit between his teeth now. He dances down the wicket, gets his feet out of the way, and just lets the bat do it. Baby. For another one of
playing
those.
A captain's knock.
Yes, indeed. Yes, this is aggressive batting, as we've come to expect. We knew England would approach it this way. Maybe it'll work for them. It probably will. Good shot, that one.
Well, the sun is out. Looks good. So.
Yeah. Always looks good when it works. Not really quite so keen on that red England top. It looks like a graphic designer has got a bit carried away there with the transparent and watermarks. And that's pulled aerially, but there's no man at conventional square leg.
Just short. It wasn't that far short.
Yeah. The end of the over, Bethel's moved on to 15 off 10, Salt's 15 off 12, so a sheet anchor. And at the end of the fourth, 33 for 1.
And Indo, you were going to tell us some interesting facts about yourself.
Well, I honestly don't remember what's on the website, so...
there isn't anything on our website, that's the problem. We need you to send us your bio.
Well, I'll send you something. You can go on my company website, which is tworoadssg.com, and you find something there. But basically, just to make it very short, I was a banker for almost 30 years.
Hang on, better stop you there.
We started the next over.
Not only that,
it rather looks as if a wicket has fallen.
That's
Bethel has chanced his arm once too often, as perhaps we were suspecting might be the case. He's got ultra aggressive, and he's holed out to deep square leg. He's gone for 15. Young has struck with the first ball of his over, and England are not in trouble yet, but they want to be careful.
It's another cracking piece of fielding. It was a beautiful
it was another excellent catch.
Forward diving catch down there, deep backward square. He really
sort of thing that could easily pop out of a hand. Well, I think this gives us the opportunity to quickly catch up with an Ninja.
So anyway, I had a long banking career. I was in England for a while, in Singapore, in Hong Kong, and in India. And then for the last 6 years, I've been running a leadership firm using sports as the lens to change the way leaders lead teams.
You and Simon
It's called
Taufel,
Two Roads.
I believe.
You can look it up.
Yeah,
with Simon Taufel, Paddy Upton, a bunch of cricketers. So it's got Steve Waugh, Michael Holding, a whole bunch of lovely people. Vivius Lakshman.
Wow,
that's a decent international lineup right there.
Yeah, you'd be struggling to get into that team.
Well, here we go.
You want to jingle up the new batsman, Tony?
Well, you never know, because he wasn't necessarily expected to be playing. There's every chance he's not going to be here. No, he's not. I'll have to look for him.
Okay. It's Jordan Cox, and he may have a broken finger. He probably hasn't, or he wouldn't be out there.
No.
Plays his first ball from Young to mid-wicket, dot ball. And I don't know quite what to say about that Bethel innings. It's symbolic.
It was good while it lasted.
Yeah, it was short and sweet while it lasted, yes. I suppose if every batsman got 15 in the side, England would win. You could say that. The target is 148. And that is launched. Second ball by Jordan Cox. And I suspect that has gone a very long way. Let's find out. Yes, it has.
One talk over the line, sweet Jesus, one talk over the line.
And by way of celebration, I've located his jingle.
Well, he's a catchy man with a catchy plan. If he were in a band, it would not be bland. It's Jordan Cox, it's Jordan Cox, it's Jordan Cox, Jordan Cox.
The ball's also gone between the two temporary stands at Malahide and disappeared. So the famous box is out.
Disappeared towards
they
the
say it's gone out of the park, so it's gone out of one park into another, and they couldn't find it.
Like Station to Station by David Bowie, Park to Park. It's disappeared towards the Martello Tower.
Mike says England in trouble. Where's the rain? You guys complained Ireland in September was a washout, said Mike. And Ravi, you'll be happy to know, and Indo is impressed. So there you go.
That's nice.
Makes my day.
There's a group of men waving from the top row of seats in the stand because they say, that's our ball, can you throw us our ball back? And there's some people gathering in the park outside. So I can say, have a look under the hedge. This is all very under 12s.
Well, as you
And I
walk
think-
into Malahide, you do walk in past one entrance is past Parcel. You then past the castle, not past the parcel, past the castle, and you do have to walk quite a long way to get to where the cricket club actually is, and it is literally a long walk in a park.
I don't know why you think it's any
How
different.
do you know Malahide so well?
Different from Durham. It's identical. In comes Young, bowls to Cox, who defends that one. As if to say, we can actually defend balls. Yes, we can.
Because in Indo, we were the official broadcaster for Ireland's first ever Test match against Pakistan in 2018.
Yes,
so we covered that and got to know Malahide and its folk and its drinking holes very well.
Here comes Young again, fifth ball of the over to Cox. And uppish, but nicely judged. He threads it between points and between the man in the covers, and it will go all the way forward.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were four.
That was more the rapier than the broadsword that we've been seeing so far in the innings. And the last ball of our time together, it's defended by Cox. He's on 10 off 4, Salt's 15 off 12, and England 43 for 2 at the end of the fifth. So thank you very much, Ninja. Thank you, Tony. And that
Thank you.
Well, I think I'm still here. Thank you and Indo very much indeed. It should be the fabulous Shelley come to wreak more havoc, and the return of the weather cave,
Messi,
the laird of the weather cave.
Yeah, I think Shelley can turn her skills on now.
What does that mean, Messi?
Hoping for maybe to take a few wickets here.
Yes, you can destroy England.
I think Tony, with the schedule, has put me on at the precise moment that those wickets are needed for the next 2 5 over spells. So I think I'm going to put this all on Tony if it goes to awry for England.
It's my scheduling, not your wicket-taking powers. It's our chum Camphor, though. That's who it is.
Indeed. So Camphor into Salt. And pretty much on a good length and pulled onto the leg side, but straight to the fielder, so only for 1 run. I had such a good time listening to the earlier stint. The amount of knowledge that you all have on literature and music, and I was absolutely loving it. I don't have that, unfortunately. But,
It's just being.
yes.
It's because you're not old like we are. We've got accumulated useless knowledge.
Well,
This is actually a gorilla characteristic for some of us.
No, some are definitely
Here's
better.
Curtis
read. I
Camphor.
mean, Forthy knows a lot more than I.
Here he is.
Now who's this coming on? Now who's this
Dear, I've done
coming?
I'll have to turn him down.
So it is Camphor coming in again, and again pitched on off stump and smashed into the offside diving fielder, but misses it. So it's going to be 2 runs, I believe.
It is It was a bit uppish though, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it's very comfortable height. It's not doing anything strange, so it can very easily get pulled onto the leg side.
And that white Anglo-Saxon predictor has still got 87%. 2 wickets down. If one more in the power play, traditionally, don't they say 3 wickets in the power play, you rarely win. So 1 more wicket would look very interesting.
Well, the win viz is only at 68%. There you go.
Oh. Camphor in again and smashed into the covers, and that will be 4 runs.
England's way of
It's
playing
Nissan
has
She.
moderated too much.
It's Nissan She.
Beautiful shot on the up. Straight to the boundary. Nobody's going to field that in. Great attempt though, but hit too well.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking, Tony, in terms of what Ireland could be doing? Camphor in again and smashed onto the leg side, and that will be
Not that.
6. Great shot. I wonder if they've lost the ball to the park.
They may be a call for another one. No, I think it's landed in the crowd.
2, 4, 6.
Well, the man bowling is the only man in professional cricket ever to have taken 5 wickets in 5 balls. So in first-class cricket at least, but I think in any form of cricket, if I'm right. But he would have been bowling better than that when he did it.
But maybe he's had his moment of magic already today with an amazing catch to take the first wicket. It was an absolutely great catch. So Camphor in again, and this time just pushed into the covers. No run, straight to the fielder. I absolutely loved the talk that you did with him. I thought it was really insightful, and also you got him to open up quite a lot.
Yeah, he was lovely. He was, we'd been tipped off by our friend Dave, who now works for Cricket Ireland. Said, well, he's a bit quiet. And he went, he never got really more than 5 minutes to chat out of him ever before. Utter bollocks. He was lovely.
Camphor in again and pushed down the ground. They're going to quickly scamper through for a single, misfielded. So just the one run, and that's the end of the 6th over. Messi.
Simon Tierney gives us a weather warning. He says heavy rain in Clontarf should reach Malahide in about 15 minutes. I'm not sure about that, Simon. The weather is travelling south, and Clontarf is south of Malahide. So I think there may be a couple more small showers, but I don't think that rain is going to necessarily reach there. Ravi says impressive an Indo. One thing he didn't mention is his consultancy to the World Bank too, which he is involved in. He's a very modest man, an Indo, and very accomplished, I've got to say. Are you guys broadcasting anything before the Ashes? Says Ravi?
We'll be covering the New Zealand series.
The White Ball series in New Zealand, which starts about 4 weeks yesterday, I think.
Replays. I did notice. Sorry, after you go on.
And Leah says, hi, Shelley.
Hi, Leah. I was almost caught out there because they were showing some really good highlights, and I thought, I wonder if that's the next over. But no, they nearly caught me, but not quite. Do we have any indication on... it's no longer called Duckworth Lewis, so they've added a third name to it.
Duckworth Lewis Stern, DLS. Yeah, Ravi actually asked that question. Yeah. We don't. They're very, very bad at communicating what it is. Sometimes it's put on the scoreboard, but... it's not on any of the feeds that we have access to at the moment.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if it's on the live stats for Cricinfo, and I can't find it there either.
No,
so
it's not.
The fact is, we don't know at the moment.
Okay, well, we've got Humphreys coming in now, bowling to Cox, and nicely pushed into the leg side, straight to the fielder on the boundary. So that will just be a single, and that takes England to 58 for 2. But they're rotating their bowlers nicely, giving England something else to think about. But really and truly, this is new territory for England. Up until now, it's really been the Salt and Butler show. So it's giving the other batters something to think about today. Humphreys in again. And again, pushed into the leg side, and they're going to scamper through. The bowler running after it. Humphreys diving and just keeping it to 1 run. Very well fielded.
Salt and Butlery.
It took me a moment.
You can't help yourself, can you, Tony?
No, I can't.
It took me a minute as well.
Oh, dear God.
But whatever happens, there will be a result today because we've had 5 overs. So whatever it is, we'll have a result. Right. So Humphreys in again. He's so slow to the crease. Humphreys in and just plodded onto the offside, but no run, straight to the fielder. It's almost like a stop-start, 2 steps in bowling.
Well, I can tell you that Jordan Cox, going at 2 a ball, is already past his previous highest international score.
Humphreys in and that big appeal for leg before and given LBW. Yes, Cox is gone.
And I wish I hadn't just said that. Shelley's already doing this, going to review it. I thought it looked possibly iffy down leg stump, but the umpire has already given it, which would mean it's going to have to be noticeably missing.
My feed was a little jerky. Did it hit him on the full?
I thought it just bounced in front.
No, I think it just bounced, and it did look a little leg-sidey, so it'll be interesting to see how the replay shapes up. I think he was done in the flight, if I'm honest, because it was well thrown up by Mr. Humphreys.
Well, it even looks like one of the Irish players has cramp as well, so currently also just getting some help from one of his teammates. And we're getting the replay now. Pitching on.
no.
Oh, it straightens. That's
It's
gone.
a question of
Yeah,
where
I
it
think that's-
pitches, and I think it pitched
Oh,
just
no,
in
no,
line with
it-
leg.
Oh,
That's
I reckon they pitched on middle and leg and straight.
Oh, got some bat.
Oh,
there you go.
wow.
Saved. Oh, didn't spot that at all.
You know, I was
For
focusing
sure.
on it was a beautiful leg break, to be honest.
Yeah.
Certainly plenty of turn. Malahide generally does seem to have offered up plenty of turn this series for anyone who's been looking for it.
But absolute beautiful delivery, my word. Opened him up, got a great shout, but the smallest of little nicks saves him. So Cox is still there. So Humphreys into Cox and pulled onto the leg side, but straight to the boundary fielder, and will just be a single.
In his 3 ODIs, Jordan Cox, all versus the West Indies in 2024, 17-4 and 1. And then in his 2 T20s against Australia that same year, 17 and 0, a second ball duck. He was bowled by Sean Abbott.
Humphreys in, pitching on leg and just trickled around the corner straight to the fielder.
No run. And that should be the end of the 7th over. Messi.
Yes, David Arell says Campher's bowling is a load of mothballs.
Oh, good.
He also asked what the DLS score is. We don't know. I'm sorry. Manchester City apparently lead Arsenal 1-0. Yeah, Leah confirms that neither Cricinfo or Crickbuzz have the DLS score, which is really annoying. You'd think it'd be fairly easy.
England are going at 8.5, and the required run rate is just a tad over 7. So they're
I'd say
comfortably
England
ahead
are
of
well
it.
ahead on DLS. I'd say. Incidentally, in Dubai, Pakistan are putting on a better show than previously. They're 110 for 3 after 13.1 overs. Hussein's just got out, but Farhan is 58 not out of 44 deliveries.
Great, and I think we have a change of bowler as well, with Ben White coming in.
Ireland's power play, they were 46 for 1.
White in, and a big slog by Cox, and it went past everybody, including the keeper, and will run away for 4 behind the keeper.
Did he get bat on that though?
No,
I didn't
that
think
was
he did.
just a swish. There you go.
Yeah.
I assume you're hunting for the jingle, Tony.
I was looking for a buy jingle and I can't find it. Maybe we don't
think
have
it
a buy
doesn't.
jingle. I'm sure we did.
Ah.
But there we go.
And White in again, targeting the stumps, but this time just defended into the covers for no run. White does seem like he's quite skiddy and getting the ball through really fast. So I think that's one of the reasons why Cox had missed the first delivery. White in again to Cox. Pitching. Oh, massive shot over the leg side, right into the tiered stadium for a 6.
Wow. Yeah, that was a belter, wasn't it? If you had your bit of luck, although it was an inside edge, ride it.
It was a bit of a drag down, wasn't it?
Yeah. One of the things I do miss is in South Africa, for all of the shortened games, particularly in the domestic cricket, if you are able to catch the ball with one hand, you enter it into a big prize fund. And so I'm always thinking it would be really great to have that kind of thing as well for the internationals. White in again to Cox and played into the offside and should be scampering through for 2. Well run.
The relative power play scores were 46 for 1 for Ireland. They'd lost Sterlo, hadn't they? And England 57 for 2. So England 11 ahead, but for the cost of 1 extra wicket at the end of the power play of 6 overs.
But look at the Wasp. The Wasp is already showing 97% of the chances for England. That's very high. So literally, White in again and pulled onto the leg side. And the cameraman has officially lost the ball.
Yeah,
So-
Again.
Again, not for the first time.
It's for 1 run.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of CricViz, but I think it's better than the Wasp. It's got England at 82%.
That seems more realistic than 97.
Yes.
White into Salt and pitched on leg and played into the leg side and will be running away to the boundary for 4.
Yep. I was
too
still on
easy.
the hunt for the DRS score.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
So that's the end of the over. Messi?
Yes. Parrot Badger says Ben White is very up and down bowler. He's either rubbish or completely on fire. Yeah.
Oh, it was a no ball. Last,
so it's not the end of the over.
last ball of the previous over. It was a bit delayed. I wonder if that was the third umpire coming in there.
Yeah.
Could well have been. We're going to get to see it. Oh, I'm sorry. If you are a spinner, you shouldn't be bowling no balls.
That's
it's absolute crime. Absolute crime.
Dead right.
So we've got one more delivery. Is it free hit? Do we do free hits? Guess not.
As a jingle, no. Oh yes,
right.
we do actually. Yeah, we do.
So, bowled very wide, but Salt moved across and smashed into the offside, but fielded on the boundary. Should just be a single. And now that is the end of the over. England are 79 for 2 after 8. Messi.
23 runs off that over. It rather puts a nail in the coffin for Ireland, it would seem to me. Leah says the stream for Tuesday's Asia Cup match has been scheduled over up on my channel. JB says the one-hand crowd catch is a big thing for spectacle. They did it for a while in Australia and in New Zealand, I think. I think there was some problem in terms of people just behaving really stupidly when they'd had some drinks and becoming dangerously aggressive towards other people just to get that one-handed catch.
Yeah, I can understand that. One of the other things that I really liked is the introduction of the hard hats for all the kids as well. Humphreys in, pitching on leg side, and that should be a wide, straight through to the keeper, wide.
I think England,
and then
go
for it, Tony. Go for it, Tony.
Well, I was just going to say, surely England missed out slightly because I think that would have been a wide if he hadn't reached across and hit it. So the free hit was itself, I think, possibly a wide when he bowled the free hit ball.
Oh, exactly. Again, Humphreys in, pitching off and smashed into the cover. Oh, terrible fielding on the boundary. Very lackadaisical hand, went underneath and went for 4. Should never have been a boundary.
Shocking. It's our friend Curtis. Maybe he did have one too many Guinnesses in the Bishop and Bear. It was an awkward bounce though, wasn't it?
No, but even in juniors cricket you get taught to put your foot behind the ball or something behind it other than just throwing a hand.
Yeah, very village.
Humphreys in and again smashed into the covers, this time into square cover and got a hand to it, so I think it should have only have been
a single.
I don't know. I missed that completely. I was lagged. So
McCarthy dived, got all of it on it really, and they just took a single. So he saved his side 3 runs for sure.
Very good in terms of the fielding. Oh, Kempfer, he really should have gotten to that. Humphreys in to Cox. And again smash into the covers, but this time straight to the boundary fielder and very much a single. But they're going to need a partnership now if they're going to get anywhere close. And so, what am I talking about? Of course they're going to get there. It's 86 for 2.
Yes.
unless in your last, what is it, over and a half of ball by ball, there is an absolute.
Unless Camper can do his 5 or 5, that's the other thing. Humphreys in, bowling to Salt and pushed into the leg side, and they will scamper through for a single. I think I was still thinking in my head about that terrible fielding on the boundary, and just thinking, how can you be doing that? But yes.
Yeah, well, don't forget that the outfield is very soft on the ground, and as he reached down, Curtis Camphor, I think he was expecting the ball to rise up, and it just didn't get the bounce, did it? That he was expecting it to get.
Humphreys in again, pitching it outside the leg stump, and this time just paddled away, just for a single. But yeah, it just seems like now it's just going through the motions, if I'm honest.
Yes, this spin bowling is not very impressive at the moment, is it?
Actually, you're on with us the next 5
I
overs
am.
as well. It's with me and Endo.
Yep. Just changing seats. And you taking the reins, Tony.
Oh, Lord. That doesn't
I guess-
diminish your powers, though.
Well, maybe I just pass them over to you for a while. Humphreys in for the last ball of the over. Again, pitching on leg and then pushed into the leg side, and it should just be a single. And that should be the end of the 9th over. 89 for 2. Messi.
Yeah, JB says he didn't know that about the one-handed catches. It's a good point. I think it depends on your crowd. I mean, I know Australian crowds, there are sections of them where you get some very drunken, yobby behaviour. And I suspect in England it's the same, and maybe in New Zealand. So, yeah, you just never know. The thing I used to enjoy was during the one-day series between states and Australia in the 90s and early 2000s, I think, there was a prize if a batsman could hit a sign with a 6.
I remember those.
Yeah, and you know,
Or
got
a
to
car.
$100,000 once there.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, a few people won some big prizes. They probably went into the team pool, but there was a lot of interest in them as it grew each season. If nobody had hit it the previous season, it was quite fun.
Camphor's in again. Hopefully he's making up for his fielding mistake last over. And smashed down the ground, but stopped by Camphor in his stride. So that is a dot ball. Now all that Ireland need is Camphor to repeat his hero-esque ideas of 5 wickets for 5 runs.
Ravi wants an explanation. He says, I may have missed the history, but I'm getting the feeling from you guys that Shelley is bad karma of some sorts. Care to clarify?
No,
this,
not
please?
at all. But her reputation is one of a wicket taker.
Particularly in the Ashes. Let's
She was
just say
a
that.
wrecking ball on her first appearances with us. Every time she came on, wickets would tumble hither and thither.
Yes, indeed.
Particularly against when England were batting, and it was in the Ashes last year or the year before, I can't remember, and it was actually comical. It's literally people were paying me to either get off the air or get on the air just to take wickets. It was brilliant.
I do seem to recall you raised quite a lot of money in super chats.
Yes.
Either trying to
Every
keep
time I
you
came
off
on.
or on. Curtis.
Camphor in, but I would say Salt moved, but it was too far wide. Even with Salt trying to move across, it was so wide outside the lines, and that would be another wide. But yes, that was brilliant. I don't know what happened in that series, but I think in the one I took 5 wickets in a space of like half an hour. It was insane.
Yeah.
The best part about it was the super chats. We were literally having people trying to outbid each other just to see who paid the most to either get Tony to pull me or to keep me on.
Yeah, basically, yes.
Camphor in to Salt, and beautifully taken outside edge. Salt is gone.
Very timely for Ireland, that, I would say. Just keeps them believing that all is not lost.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Beautiful delivery, and nicely taken as well. But it's probably what we needed today in terms of trying to get Ireland back into some form of competition for this, because England at the moment just looks like it's a doddle.
Well, it's odd for Phil Salt in a way, because he's been so dominant, of course, in his last 2 innings. Today, not quite so much, I don't think.
Yeah, 29 off 23. Last time he batted,
pedestrian
he
by
had
his
52
standards.
off 23.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, England are still whoppingly ahead of the game. Yes. I think the run rate's just a bit over 9, and it needs to be about 6 something. So they should be laughing, but Curtis has wickets in clumps in him. If he gets a couple more, Ireland will certainly believe.
And we've got the new batter, Tony, being...
It is Tom Banton, isn't it?
Yes.
Where are you, young Tom? Here he is.
Tom Banton is a pure T20 player, and he'll go all the way. He's gonna do better than anyone you've seen before. This is the only way that he knows how to play. Oh,
Kempfer in again and smashed down the ground by Banton, and that will be a 4.
Well, you say smash. It was smashed, but it was a glorious straight drive, really.
It was, and what a way to start your innings, not waiting for anything.
Possibly
this come out
overpitched.
and still a great first shot.
Here we go. Give it this one. Oh. It wasn't 6 though. I've got to
It will do. It will do.
relocate that jingle because it sits right in the middle of a 4 collection and catches me out at least once a game.
Banton seems quite a tall batter.
He is.
6 foot something? 6'3", 6'4".
I don't know.
England now need less than a run a ball. 61 from 63.
Yeah, it's going to be all about wickets for Ireland, isn't it? And I think they're there. England can lose this. If England were to lose, either Ireland will have bowled magnificently, or England will have just got a little careless. You've only got to be careless a couple of times, and suddenly a little bit of panic can set in.
Kempfer in again and hit into the covers by Banton, and this should be just a single.
The one thing you would say, though, is the two batters in right now for England, Banton and Cox, both have points to prove in terms of future series, future internationals, place in the England setup. Neither are locked in. Both are possibly here because England made changes and picked a team that was strong enough, but I'll just hold the thought.
Kempfer in again, pitched outside the off stump. Big swing, but it would go straight through to the keeper. Tony?
Yeah, no, I mean, I was rambling my way to just making the point that the two batsmen that are in have reasons to want to impress because internationally neither have quite done it yet, certainly not in Cox's case, and that should be incentive enough not to do anything daft.
Kempfer in again, smashed into the covers, well fielded by the person at point. Did it go through?
Yeah, it's gone through him.
That just stops there for us. But anyway, 4 runs, great shot.
It was Ross Adair, and you may have good hands for rugby, but that went, well, there would have been some stop if he'd have got it, and it is, as you rightly say, 4 runs. We'll go with this one.
Super shatta, super shatta, super shatta, super shatta, super shatta, rocka, super shatta.
And I think that was 99 that England have now for the loss of 3 wickets, and that's the end of the 10th over. Messi, do you want to take this part and then we change over?
Okay. Shelley is the wicked witch.
The wicked witch of the West.
Says Leah. Ravi says, in that case, Shelley is weapon, and we must deploy Shelley in a strategic manner to favour England. Obelix Straight says Pirate Badshaw, England desalinated. Well done. JB says, now we can find out it's not just the Salt and Butler show. And Leah says, I guess we shouldn't watch Blem's Ball if you don't like gimmicks in sports. Okay, I shall catch you at the 16th over if we're still going.
Messers, thank you. In comes White, Ben White. Is it Ben White? Or am I confusing him with the Arsenal footballer? So no run though, because it was defended to backward point. It is Ben White, who I have to say has been taking heaps of wickets for Munster Reds. So he's in pretty decent form, and that was a swing and a miss as Banton attempted to cut. They've got Paul Sterling, looming very large, as he does a little bit to Sterling, at first slip for Ben White. 2 dot balls. Banton is onto his back foot. 3 dot balls.
I will say that White gets through his overs very quickly.
Well, he does. He does indeed. But he's found a length that is forcing Tom Banton onto the back foot every time. That one is slightly shorter, and Banton at last managed to execute the cut he's tried 3 times and not quite achieved. This time he has, and it's gone through points for 4 runs.
Now my Indy's going great guns. I hit the ball 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Who's on socials?
You are.
Oh, is it me again?
I believe Hendo.
Hendo's on.
Sorry.
Thank
there
you.
Go.
Thank
You,
you.
me and Shelley. It's Ben White bowling to Tom Banton, who stands tall. Strokes this down to deep point. This time, though, not with the same power. And the man coming around from cover, deep cover on the cover boundary, can field. Banton gets a single. He moves on to 11. Jordan Cox, it wasn't really a reprieve because he wasn't out. He got a big inside edge to a very loud LBW appeal.
It was actually an outside edge.
Was it outside edge?
Yeah, because it was a lovely turning ball from the left arm spinner.
It was a terrific turning ball. In comes White. That's full again. Forward comes Banton, leans into it and just angles it enough. He may have beaten the fielder. He has. There isn't a third man. Backward point went flying. Who was it? It's
McCarthy.
McCarthy. It is Barry McCarthy.
Superman dive over
The board.
Well, he had to because he missed it, but his momentum took him over the sponge. And then there are advertising hoardings there, which he then proceeded to leapfrog quite spectacularly off the covers.
Brilliant! Look at it.
It's like
a Super 4, yes.
It's like it was at Hickstead.
It was.
I even laughed at my own joke.
Maybe we should.
Raymond Brooks Ward.
Yes.
Right. There are no
Smith.
tweets of any worth. I'm sorry. So get your act together, people out there. I just want to say a couple of. I've got a little conspiracy theory. I realised that Curran and Jacks are the two men missing out, or two of the men missing out today from the last. 11 that was supposed to play the second match. And of course, it's Surrey's final game of the championship starting tomorrow, is it not? Is that tomorrow it starts?
That may be.
Have they flown off to play for Surrey?
Well, let's see what happens tomorrow. Right, Humphreys, round the wicket he comes. That's speared down legs, going to be a wide. One more to England's score. Umpire Seifert. Have I got his name right? Probably not.
Umpire Sidefoot.
Not Sidefoot. Umpire
Seifert.
Seeker. Seaver.
Seaver.
I think it's Seaver.
Okay.
I can tell
Did
you
they
how
just
old
do
he
a
is and where he's
DRS
from.
on that?
Are
I think they did.
Well, it's the timing's gone down.
Yeah, that's done.
He did it. He did it just before.
Well, they must have thought it was a leg side strangle then.
Cox is curious about that one. I mean, to be fair, I think Cox, when he was given out, he knew it wasn't out. Running to the other end, he jogged. He looked very casual about the decision that had been given against him, the one that he did edge. But did he get something on this?
Maybe a bit of glove at best, but I'm very surprised that it's DRS.
No one seemed to show too much. It was a very delayed decision to actually review it, and no one looks overly excited now, really, do they?
He doesn't look overly bothered, does he, Jordan Cox?
Let's have a look.
No, he's
thigh pad.
Well, it looks thigh pad.
It's definitely pad.
It would be glove if it was anything, because the bat was nowhere
He's actually
near.
trying to. He's almost leaving it there. It's nowhere near.
He's
Nowhere
lifting
near.
the glove.
Look at the.
It clips the top of the pad. It clips the top of the pad on the way through, about 1.5 miles outside of his leg stump. The glove's probably another mile away. We shall all move on.
But what it does mean is it's not a wide. So maybe that was what they were challenging, not looking for an edge. They were challenging the wide. Fair enough. Good challenge.
It was indeed a good challenge. Matthew Humphreys will continue. Slow left armour. And around the wicket he comes. To Cox, who defends off the back foot, pushes it to short mid wicket, and there is no raise. Another one who's been taking heaps of wickets as Matthew Humphreys in domestic cricket. 3 for 34 against Leinster, 3 for 31 against the Reds in Dublin. And he got 2 good wickets in the last game, or the one that was played. Butler and Banton. This one is driven by Cox out to long off. They take a single. And the equation now 45 to win from 51 balls. It definitely looks very much in England's favour.
Yeah, they'd have to do something very silly, although we have seen England do things that are quite silly in our time on Guerrilla Cricket.
Well, it's the classic add 2 wickets to the score, and that. But those 2 wickets are going to have to come fairly soon. It's 110 for 3, 45 needed to win, 7 wickets in hand. And that's speared into the leg stump of Banton, who defends, realising, as we said, I don't know if you caught the conversation before you came in, Hendo, but a feeling that definitely 2 batsmen with a point to prove as far as their international careers go is actually not a bad thing for England. Down the track comes Banton, slaps it away. Has it beaten the fielder? It was half stopped, in fact, which means it will be fielded at deep extra cover, and they'll take a single and bring Jordan Cox.
Well, yes, I did hear that, and I was thinking about it, and I wondered whether, well, Cox has got 41 or 26. He played a number of very good shots and 1 or 2 iffy ones. Yeah, 41. If he gets to 50, it looks good on paper. Banton, I think it's more difficult for him coming in so low down, effectively, or with so many runs already scored. But he's batting well.
In he comes again, Matthew Humphries. That's edged uppish but bounced short of short third. And it will be a dot ball to finish. So it's a decent over from Mr. Humphries.
Right, I shall run through some tweets that have been coming in. Matthew Cullen is with us. Hello all, just checking in. Have been busy. How is Bethel's captaincy? Obviously not a stiff test, but still, well, yeah, I think it's really difficult to tell. As you say, you would back this England team to chase down 154 against Ireland.
Well, the only thing I would say, possibly, I don't know what Shelley thinks. He bowled our friend, poor old Sonny Baker, for at least 1 over too many, but he may have been under orders to do that. What do you think, Shelley?
The Sonny Baker, I think, is just a trial that they're doing. I didn't see the spark that I would hope to have seen. If you had seen a Geoffrey Archer first series, it would have been electrifying. I didn't get that from Sonny, so it wasn't sunshine.
Ben White, in he wheels, bristily, just glided. That was a really clever shot.
Do you think it was? I think he got an edge. That was an edge, to be honest.
Well, I'd like to see that again. Okay, that's interesting, because I think that was a deliberate shot from Banton. It's got him 4 runs, so that's one thing we can agree on. Let's look at the replay.
Can't tell from there.
I think he meant that. Every day of the week.
No, absolutely not.
Shelley,
I'm not having it.
Arbitrate.
Look, you saw the replay from side on. I think you need to see it again from front on. Anyway.
We'll ask Shelley.
We'll argue about that on the car on the way home.
Summariser. Onto the back foot goes Banton.
I think it was too close to be caught for me to say that it was a proper shot. I thought it was a lucky.
Yay! 2-1.
Sorry.
Outnumbered.
That's all right. So I have another question for both of you. Is why have all the games been played here? Why not at the other stadium that they have options to?
It's the best facility. And
yeah?
I think, why travel around? It's the best facilities, most easily located. Back foot. Oh, that's been slapped away by Jordan Cox. Bisects mid-wicket and long leg.
Bisects?
Bisects.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
With a C-T-S. Bisects. Well, if that's where you want to go, Hendo, I'll leave that up to you.
I don't.
However, it's 4 runs, without a doubt. And I think, Shelley and Hendo, we can all agree he did mean that.
Yes.
Forward comes Jordan Cox to glide the ball down to wide long off. Gets a single. None for 35 for Ben White. Expensive, but we're not talking Sonny Baker territory here.
Well, it could still get there.
21 for 3. Well, he's going to have to be absolutely battered. His last
he's still
2 and a bit overs, or 1 and a bit overs. Throws this one up. Forward comes Banton. Doesn't really get hold of that. It was a clever ball by Ben White. Just gave it enough air, Shelley, didn't he? Just enough to tease Banton, but he couldn't quite get to the pitch of it.
Absolutely, but I definitely think Ireland are just letting the game go. They should be trying things. Put somebody a few more catches.
Back foot again, frustrates Banton. It's not easy to get away. Slaps to cover, no run. 121 for 3 after 13. 34 needed to win off 42.
Rhubarb says even England's fifth choice 11 will be quite strong. If Cox gets to 50, says JB, that will be a monkey off his back. 7 innings, a high score of 17.
Yeah, it's not been great.
Pakistan captain has leopard print gloves, says Leah. And here I am sitting in my tiger print dress, and I'm very jealous. Crink Info reported, says Messi Jez, no sign of Sam Curran here, and word is he's gone home for personal reasons. Personal Surrey reasons.
Well,
is there any sign of Will Jacks then?
Yes, anyone at the ground. Hector, if you're listening, where is Will Jacks? Or is this a Surrey hijack
I think
of
it is.
Jacks?
I sent them out there. Congrats to Notts for beating Slurry and making the Champo interesting, says Rhubarb. I think, didn't someone say that earlier? 4 overs for 52.
We'll happily repeat it.
I'll come back to that.
121 for 3. McCarthy is going to be in. Short. Cut straight to the sturdy figure of Paul Sterling at point. And there was no run. Almost hit it too well, Shelley.
Yeah. Sorry, Shelley.
No problem. For me, it was actually... It's almost England's just to throw away now. It's gotten to the point where England only need 34, 41. This is, you play anything kind of smart and you're there.
In terms, McCarthy puffs out his cheeks. That's launched. That's launched by Jordan Cox. That's going to be over the boundary rope by a fair bit, probably 3-4 rows back, down at deep mid wicket. Up go the umpire's arms. And it is another one of these, and England are on a charge to the finish. What are you pointing at, Hello, for me? He's pointing at
Cox has just got his 50.
Oh, Cox has got his 50. Oh, my goodness. Well, I wouldn't have said that. It's just I thought something else had happened. Like, I don't know, a ferret had run across the pitch or something. But it is the 50 for Jordan Cox, and he will certainly be delighted with that. Not only was it a great shot, this one he has sliced away to deep backward point. I was just looking for the Millstones jingle. Here it is. It's one of these for him.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
128 for 3, 27 off 39, 53 off 32 for Jordan Cox. Tom Banton not quite fired at the same rate, but not going too badly at 21 off 14. He's the man on strike to face McCarthy. He's gone for 7 off this over. That's pulled by Tom Banton down to deep backward square. It'll just be a single, and it will bring the man who's made his first international 50, Jordan Cox, back on to strike. And it's been a good knock, Shelley, the summariser.
Absolutely. No, I'm actually quite happy for Cox. He's played really well today. His next best score, as you were saying, Tony, was 17. It's just another step for him. I prefer him being part of the next any kind of squad for England other than Sonny. So Cox is definitely showing.
Poor Sonny. Sonny Berger. Right, McCarthy in again, over the wicket, short. Oh my word, he's let the bat go. I think that may have gone slightly further than the ball. No, not quite. The ball has gone to backward square. They have taken a single, and he was able to go and find his bat again. 130 for 3, 25 off 37, and I think Shelley, the summariser, suspense has is disappearing at a rapid rate from this chase, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the writing's on the wall now, and it's just a few more minutes, and I think it will all be over. England can complete the summer and go.
We can tell you
more warmer areas such as New Zealand.
He's bowling from the castle end is Barry McCarthy. That's short. That's pulled and top edged, really, just short of the man on the 45. He's got away with it. As Tom Banton, Irish hands on Irish heads, Irish hearts though are probably sinking to their boots. Hendo, the social media reader.
I feel like I've been cancelled. 4 overs 52 from Baker. It's a debut to forget. He might need to forget quite a lot if he wants a long international career. Will Reynolds, Somerset through and through, jumps to his defence. I think Sonny will grow into the international stuff. He's crazy talented when he's relaxed. Weird that he calls his dad Bakes, though. Hang on, to be fair, there are quite a few talented people when they relax. I mean, it's about pressure, isn't it? I've just got to get rid of something that's come up. Pirate Bashel says the matches tend to get shared around the various provincial unions, with Malahide getting the bigger matches because of the larger space available to put up stands and infrastructure. Didn't I read, I think before Warren Dutram left his post as chief executive, I thought they were planning a new ground. But I mean, that's going to be ridiculously expensive, and if their own overall budget for a year is 16 million, then
well, it's going to be Gareth Delaney, curly top of hair. It's short. It's a bit of a drag down, really. It's pulled by Banton. There's a man at deep mid wicket though, and I suspect they will just take a single. They do.
And almost immediately, I should have read the next tweet, because Badshah comes back and says, of course, Abbottstown that will take a lot of the load after 2029 when it's built. But will it have the character of Malahide?
Well, there is something about that. Forward comes Cox, nudges this down to long on, off, on, because he's right-handed, takes a single. 132 for 3.
Eric J says, looking forward to the climax of the championship next week. Weather forecasts looking good. Well, I suppose it depends. What, across the whole country?
Thrown up again. Launched up in the air by Banton. 1, 2, 3 bounces over the rope at a very fine long on, and it's 4 more runs. Shelley, that was a gorgeous shot. Shelley the Samurai.
Just 4.
You're going to give Hendo a complex. It was a beautiful shot.
He's going to call me Tony the driver.
I was going to call you Tony the twat.
Oh, he's launched another one. Tom Banton. Has this gone straight up in the air, though? No, it's plugged and dropped short of 2 men converging from long on long
Took
off.
out the pitching wedge.
It was either that. It might even have been a sand wedge. It went that high up in the air. Went for 2, so we've got, 8 off this over. There's only a couple balls left for Shelley the Summariser to do her damage. Shelley, it's been a joy to have you with us.
Oh, it's been good to be back. It's my first spell in a while, so it's been really good.
Defended by Banton into the onside. No run.
I have to say, sorry, I'm going to jump in here as Hendo the jumping inner.
Hendo the interrupter.
Delaney's leg spin looks better than White's.
That's a funny shot. He stopped his run, didn't he? Shelley, the Summariser, into the offside. That goes.
On that note.
139 for 3 after 15. And just to wrap up the state of the game and where it is, we're going to ask Shelley, the Summariser, for her thoughts while I disappear off and change the screen.
Oh goodness, thanks Tony. It's been really good from England. They won 39 for 3. Pretty much have it in the bag with Banton.
This is a fucking shambles.
Oh
my God!
Call
It's
yourself a fucking professional outfit. I don't know.
Anyway, Cox.
Thanks, Shelley.
Thanks, guys. See you soon.
In summary, that's the end of Shelley.
Oh dear.
Now,
I can tell you, Hendo, the weather forecast across the whole of Britain is great for the first 4 days of next week. So the county championship should be able to be concluded in fine weather.
well, do you know that's typical, because we've had 2 games at the Oval in the last 2 weeks, and Surrey's final home games, and the weather's been bloody awful pretty much.
Well, at least you got a result.
Well, I got games in, but it was bloody freezing. The wind was blowing. Well, winds do tend to blow a gale at times, and that's what it was doing. White is still going to bowl. None for 35. Bowled him! He's bowled him with an absolute corker. Perhaps shouldn't have been going back to that one. White having a few words there with Jordan Cox. I don't know. Maybe he was just talking to Paul Sterling at extra cover. But that was a good boy. He possibly should have come forward to it. Went back and a little bit of turn perhaps. Was bowled middle stump in the end, I think. Yep. He's played inside it, hasn't he, really? Maybe turned a bit.
Yep.
But well done, Ben White. I was just talking up Gareth Delaney, and it's Ben White who's picked up a wicket. What I was going to say about Ben White, I don't know what you feel, Will Reynolds, the summariser. The long-haired summariser. What was I going to say? Yeah, when he gets it right, Ben White, he looks a decent bowler. But his first over, he never really covered from that first over when I think 4 balls he dragged down.
Yes.
Got carted.
Yeah. But I think that's the thing with this kind of like the style of bowling that he employs. It really is that thing of you take what you can get.
Well, he's bowling to his fellow leg spinner, Rayan Ahmed, who's come to the crease. I can't jingle anyone up because I'm in the wrong seat. I don't know where Tony's gone. He may have, I don't know, gone off to have a stern word with himself.
Do you think he'll listen now?
Outright mockery of Guerrilla Cricket founder. It's unheard of. He tries to drive this Ahmed. He picks up 2 from the previous delivery. This one goes straight to mid-on. 141, 14 required. Not really much for Ahmed to do, but to see it through. He rather gave his a wicket away in the first match, didn't he? Just launched down the wicket and beaten by the spinner. In again, gives himself room, cuts it, and they'll get a single out to deep point. He's on to 3. Banton 30. You look up, and Tom Banton is on 30 of 21, and he's batted pretty well. He came to the wicket and played a lovely straight drive first ball, and has not really looked back. In comes White. Oh, that might have been the googly. It's just chipped in the air. It looked to me as if the wrist went just a little bit further over there, and
such
just
an odd
short.
action.
He has, yeah. It's the run-up, isn't it?
Yeah. It looks like he's just going to do his knees a hell of a lot of damage, which for a spinner is really odd.
He's quite tall, isn't he? This is short again. He's dragged it down, but there is a man out at Cow. It's friend of the show, Tony's BFF, Curtis Camphor. Did you notice how Tony was sticking up for Curtis when with that awful piece of fielding on the boundary?
Yes.
Anyone else, he would have been absolutely... His new friend, yeah. It just didn't quite bounce high enough on this soft outfield. I know it's... Any tweets?
I think it's very important to call these things out.
Absolutely.
JB says a lot of top-class javelin throwers have come from cricket bowling stock, and he names Chopra from India and the premier thrower from Pakistan. Ribab says, will Cox be part of the Ashes 15-man squad? I very much doubt it. I can tell you that Pakistan made 171 for 5 in their 20 overs against India.
Delaney in wide of the off stump, turns a little bit, might be given as a wide. Oh, he's given the benefit of the doubt there, I think, because I've noticed that outside the off stump, the umpires tend to give a little bit of leeway for the spinners because they have got time to step across and hit it. Smacked, and I thought that was going to be caught at mid-on, but he's got it straight of him, has Rayan Ahmed. He did drag that one down a little bit. He goes to 8, England to 148 for 4. They are almost there, just 7 required. The bright sunshine.
That was a no ball.
Sorry?
I think that was also a no
ball.
Oh,
it's a free hit then.
I thought I saw... Maybe he was signaling a 4. I don't know.
No, I think it must have been the 4. Ahmed goes back again and cuts off the stumps out to point, deep point, that is. And they take a single. And the England international summer is coming to a close in the late part of September. The sunshine of Malahide. He comes again. Banton pushing forward, playing a little bit outside that one. It either just went straight on, didn't turn as much as he thought. No run. 149 for 4. He's in again. He advances down the wicket and he crunches that into the offside. Finds the gap at extra, and that runs away for 4. England need 2 to win. And I say to the Irish, we can see you sneaking out. I wouldn't, because it's a lovely evening, it looks like, on the outskirts of Dublin. Delaney in, Banton goes back, forces into the offside, possibly coming back for 2 here, are they? No, they settle for the 1. Because Banton is quite happy, he's up the other end, he can hit the winning runs. He's 36 off 25, the scores are level, but 3 overs remain, 6 wickets also in hand. It's almost all over. This is a time when I start to weep copiously.
Oh, well, as Mark says, in just 9 days we'll see international cricket in New Zealand against Australia. Summer is over. Yes, and then after Australia, New Zealand will be playing England in 4 weeks' time, just under 4 weeks.
It's the middle of the night. It's the middle of the night. It's not the same. It's
As Rhubarb says, winter is coming. I can tell you, summer is coming. The Wisteria have just started their little class.
Oh, stop your summer is coming nonsense. Get back in your weather cave and get dripped on by a few bits
I have
of
some
seeping
consolation
water.
news for Sonny Baker too.
Oh, go on.
Jasprit Bumrah went for none for 45 off his 4 overs today, so it can happen to anybody.
Well, I've always thought that Sonny Baker's the next Jasprit Bumrah.
I think he's really, really good.
Well, I'm guessing
really
you've seen a bit more of him
I've
than
yet
I
to
have.
see the evidence.
I've probably seen a sort of a lot more of him than most.
Well, that's it. We'll come back to Sonny Baker in a minute because the first ball of Young's over is steered off his legs by Banton into the onside. There's a gap, and between mid-wicket and square leg, they take the winning single. Banton remains 37 not out off 26. Rayan Ahmed 9 off 7. England end with a 2-0 series victory. Of course, the other one washed out. Disappointing for Ireland, or kind of what we expected. I think Ireland have acquitted themselves quite well. I would say that they've just lacked a bit in the bowling department. Not the spinners, I think, have bowled reasonably well. They haven't got anyone quick enough, have they? They're all fairly medium pace, and England, love that sort of bowling. They'll just tuck in, won't they?
Yeah, it's a lot of medium pace with not a lot of trickery kind of thing. If you're going to be medium, that's totally fine. If you've got the ball on the string and can do things and switch it up and all that sort of thing.
Yeah,
but
it's
don't, and I don't know.
Well, it's
and
predictable.
They're missing Josh Little as well,
and Mark Adair, I think, who are to be fair, they can both go for runs, but they're also wicket-taking bowlers, aren't they?
Yeah.
And that does give you a little bit more pace. But then again, also you've got to say that Ireland have had a very quiet summer in terms of playing cricket, or playing cricket at an international level. I mean, they've been playing amongst themselves, haven't they, in the 4-team province competitions. So Jacob Bethel, I always said he should be England captain, even when he was 14.
Oh, you liar.
He's come away with a 2-0 win. To be fair, this could have been captained remotely by Brendan McCullum from New Zealand, to be honest.
I think it pretty much has been, hasn't it?
He's been on the blower.
It wouldn't surprise me if Jacob Bethel's got an earpiece in and he's just sort of doing. And it also really kind of helps that Rashid was has captained Bethel before in the county stuff as well, and it's not like Joss Butler's completely kind of unexperienced with the whole captaincy thing, and so.
Well, I did
quite a lot.
I don't know if anyone noticed it. I think it was when Adil took one of his wickets today, Bethel came in from mid-wicket and gave him the cricketer's little pat on the bottom that so enraged that South African bowler. What was his name? Gunter, the one who was known as Gunter, played for Surrey for a while. Can't remember his name off the top of my head. I thought Bethel's 21 coming up to Adil Rashid. What is Adil now? 30.
He's 37, but
37,
very nearly 38.
Tapping him on the bottom and saying, "Well done, young lad." Obviously not in that sort of. It just seemed kind of incongruous. Yes, absolutely. That's the word for it. We're just looking at the Curtis Camphor catch that got rid of Joss Butler first ball. Brilliant catch. Tony's best friend forever is now being interviewed on TNT. Let's just talk about. Let's do some. In case other people want to go, let's do some final tweets. Messi.
Well, as Rhubarb WD says, it's coming home.
Yay! Absolutely.
Yes. So Ravi Natarajan says, please go down to Australia and watch the Ashes during the day. Don't be so depressed, Hendo.
Well, look, I can't. I've done it twice. I can't afford it anymore.
Turned into the invisible man.
Tony hasn't come back. Tony's, as I said, he's gone to have a long think about his behaviour this afternoon.
Well, the theory is that in fact you are sitting in that chair but nobody can see you. We just need to wrap bandages around you and ride a bike without the bandages.
Absolutely.
Rhubarb says Bethel should captain in this year's Ashes. George McPherson, hello George, haven't heard from you in a while. Says this was a much better performance for England. They worked on their bowling and batting. Onto the New Zealand series with Brooke and other regulars back. And I've got good news for you, Hendo. I know you were complaining about New Zealand being in the middle of the night, but in fact, the 3 T20s start at 7:15 a.m. London time.
Yeah, I know, but that's even worse for me. That's worse for me. I mean, they're all bad. Everything this summer, or this Southern Hemisphere summer, is bad for me. I mean, if it's not bad enough having one match in the middle of the night like Perth, now because of Brisbane being the pink ball test, it's 2 matches in the middle of the bloody night, or starting in the bloody middle of the night. Anyway, Tony's looking anxious to get home.
Okay, so Pirate Badger just says we do have a faster bowler in the form of David Delaney. However, he's persona non grata as far as the power that be.
That's why we don't. Do we know why that is? What's he done to upset?
Yeah. Leah says, see you on Tuesday if you like. She's covering the Asia Cup game final on Tuesday.
Okay.
Thank you as always. And as far as that New Zealand game is concerned, just to give you a date on it, it will be on the Saturday the 18th of October from Christchurch at 7:15 a.m. UK time. So that's 4 weeks from yesterday. We'll be back with you. In the meantime, don't forget to listen to The Bishop and the Bear, which gets better every episode, I must say.
It really does.
If you want to support us, and we do need your support, particularly during the winter months when Super Chats are not so much a thing, please consider continuing to support us through Patreon. Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. There are several tiers you can have a look at there to see what they give you, but we appreciate the support you give us so much, because that's what keeps us on air.
It's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot of tears in the winter, but that's just England, I'm afraid. Anyway, I think unless there's anything else to say, Will, thanks very much for joining us. I thought your summarising was almost as good as Shelley's, but you obviously need more encouragement from the ball by baller, and I apologise for not bringing you in enough. But anyway, it's been a great summer. Thank you, people, for being with us. Goodness me, what a summer that was. Do you know, on the first morning of the India series, I came in and I'm thinking to myself, this is all going to be gone in a flash. And it has. But it's been great fun. Don't forget to join us in the future, as you said, October the 18th. But listen out for the Bishop and Bear. What about Tony? You'll know a bit more about this. About we are trying to do some live blogs of particularly of games that we're not actually covering. Is that right? So we are live blocking the Asia Cup at the very moment. I can tell you that. So if you can't get enough Gorilla, go and read Arian's blog, and that's on at the moment, one would presume, with the India-Pakistan match taking place. So until October the 18th, in terms of live commentary, a big thank you to everyone who's been on today and throughout the summer. It's goodbye from Messi.
Bye-bye.
It's goodbye from Will.
Bye.
It's goodbye from Tony. He's waving. And it's goodbye from me. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. We also get the last bye in.
See you in a couple of weeks.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara